Chapter 1037. Deep into the night, layers of clouds obscured the moon. The Bakeland Bridge was shrouded in darkness. Klein had just teleported to this place. Before he had the time to look around, he saw green pea vines falling from the sky and covering the area like a storm. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest. Layer upon layer, it was impossible to see the top. Klein released his right hand from his top hat and walked up the path formed by the vines with familiarity. Before long, he saw a natural swing formed by green plants. He also saw Queen Mystic Bernadette standing beside the swing. The eldest daughter of Roselle the Great had long chestnut-colored hair. She wore a lady's blouse with a lace flower bow tie, a gray skirt that went down to her knees, a pair of leather boots, and a bonnet with a fine checkered black veil. "You've grown much faster than I expected." Bernadette's blue eyes, which were hidden behind the black gauze, reflected German Sparrow's figure. Klein replied without any change in his expression. "Praise be to Mr. Fool." As he said this, he complained in his heart, "That's right." This was what it meant to strive for self-improvement. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Queen Mystic nodded slightly as she said with a gentle but emotionless voice, "That's right. I know why you want to see me." Without waiting for Klein to speak, she turned her head slightly and looked at the vine swing beside her. She spoke in a tone that was as calm as a lake with countless undercurrents hidden within. "I feel that he hasn't truly died. In other words, you think that Roselle the Great is not completely dead? Is he still alive somewhere in this world and has a chance to return?" Klein didn't expect to hear such straightforward and explosive words at the beginning. Although he controlled his expression well, he didn't know how to respond. At the same time, he noticed that Bernadette had used the word he instead of he to describe Roselle the Great. Be it the ancient Fasak they were conversing in, or the daily Rouen or Intis language, they were two completely different words. This means that in Queen Mystic's heart, Roselle the Great isn't an angel but a father. Klein calmed his emotions and deliberated. "Why do I have such a feeling?" Bernadette retracted her gaze from the vine swing and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry." In the final stages of his life, although he was very crazy and radical, there was not a single thing that he did not plan. I believe that he must have made some preparations for himself. You should know that in his later years, he attempted to cross paths and attain the vacant Black Emperor Divine Throne. And this required the construction of 9 secret pyramid-like mausoleums. After he died in the White Maple Palace, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of Steam teamed up to find 8 such mausoleums and destroyed them one by one. However, the 9th mausoleum was never found. No one knew where it was hidden. If he had already become the Black Emperor, he would definitely be able to awaken from this mausoleum. If he failed, I believe that there might be a chance of resurrection. The more Bernadette spoke, the softer she became. Towards the end, her voice was ethereal and indiscernible. "You aren't that confident either. It's more of a sense of anticipation and hope." Klein sighed when he heard that. Suddenly, he recalled what the King of the Five Seas, Nast, had said. Roselle the Great liked to stand in front of a particular row of floor-to-ceiling windows and look west. And from Roselle's diary, Klein knew that in the fog sea west of Intis, he had discovered the entrance to the abyss and found a primitive island. He believed that it was filled with oddities and worth exploring. Could it be that Roselle the Great built his final secret mausoleum in the abyss or on that primitive island? Klein thought for a moment before curling the corners of his lip. "You seem to know a lot about the Black Emperor pathway." He suspected that Roselle the Great had left a Black Emperor card as a bookmark and used Bernadette's ancient Fasak name as the activation incantation partly because he wanted to inform his daughter of the corresponding ritual. In the end, Bernadette seemed to have obtained this information through other means. Queen Mystic's lips, which weren't covered by her veil, curled up slightly. "I've been investigating this matter for more than 100 years, and in order to figure out the details, I've been instilled with the knowledge of the hidden sage. I can tell that you, as well as Mr. Fool backing you, have a deep understanding of this matter. I've always been curious. Why are you so interested in his matters? From the looks of the current situation, in terms of seniority, you have to call me uncle. The Emperor and I might very well be roommates, who have been hanging out together for years. Klein lampooned to ease his gloomy emotions as he replied in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. You can raise this question to Mr. Fool." He didn't plan on telling Bernadette that the 9th secret mausoleum might very well be somewhere in the Fog Sea. It might very well be on that primitive island or the abyss. It was better and more appropriate for the Fool to answer. Queen Mystic wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's response. She cast her gaze to the west, to a distant spot. Although he couldn't see Bernadette's eyes, Klein could vaguely sense that the lady was looking at the place where she lived when she was young. She was looking at the home of her mind and soul, the hometown that she could no longer return to. At this moment, in the green vines and the deep black, many subtle emotions and dreams hidden in the bottom of the heart were slowly fermenting. In just a few seconds, Queen Mystic retracted her gaze and gently said, "I'm not sure. When my business in Bakeland is done, I will pass a few pages of the diary to Katlia and have her ask this question on my behalf." "Why not ask him next week?" Klein didn't hide his doubts. Bernadette calmly replied, "I feel that the answer will affect my mood, and a bad mood will lead to my failure." Bad mood will lead to failure? What kind of matter was so strict? Fighting with a demigod in the spirit domain? Perhaps, after she untangled part of the knot in her heart, she had the confidence to break through to the angel level? Klein nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask further. This had already involved the other party's secret. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to ask. Queen Mystic then said, "Don't worry. When he was writing those pages, I was sitting opposite him. I wanted him to teach me how to interpret and describe those symbols, but he didn't agree. He just ruffled my hair. At that time, I was already an adult. I could tell that when he wrote that diary page, he was somewhat worried, troubled, and fearful. In the end, he even said to me that if I could really become an important figure in the mysterious world, as predicted by Zeradol, I had to remember to be careful of the spectator." Be careful of the spectator. Klein couldn't help but repeat Roselle's warning inwardly. He believed that the Emperor wouldn't be referring to all the beyonders of the spectator pathway. He was definitely referring to a particular special existence, something special or both. Roselle the Great is a member of that ancient secret organization. The founder and leader of that ancient secret organization is... Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to continue thinking, afraid that a particular existence could hear his thoughts. Perhaps that diary page has a detailed explanation. He nodded, hoping to see that diary page as soon as possible. "I know." Bernadette nodded. She didn't continue the topic and fell silent for 2 seconds. "I'll thank Mr. Fool and you on behalf of Katlia. To be able to obtain the blood of a snake of fate will be of great help to her future path. Although the mythical creature blood of any pathway can be used during the advancement ritual of a mysticologist, the best choice is still the fate pathway. This will make it much easier for her to advance to sequence 3. "Why?" Klein asked with the mentality of learning. In any case, it was impossible for a blessed to know everything. Not even a true god could do that. Bernadette's gaze was a little empty. In other words, prying into the secrets of fate is prophecy. The sequence 3 name of a mystery prior is clairvoyant. This is also the reason why I'm in Bakeland. Because of a prophecy? Klein had some guesses as he spoke in enlightenment. Many pathways seem to have the ability to predict. The corners of Queen Mystic's mouth curled up slightly as she sighed. In ancient times, many Beyonder creatures thought that by gathering the same abilities together, they could undergo a qualitative change and achieve a breakthrough. In the end, all of them went mad and lost control. Only when the first blasphemy slate was born did all living beings understand that balance, the balance of walking on the edge of a cliff, is the key to the path of the Beyonder. Therefore, the abilities of a domain will be scattered across many pathways, with the main pathway concentrating most of them while the other pathways split the remaining portions? A negative example is the King of the North, you listen, from Roselle's Travels. Klein fell into deep thought and didn't press further. After a while, Queen Mystic Bernadette broke the silence. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Klein thought for a moment and said, All right. If there's anything you need help with, you can look for me through Admiral of Stars. Bernadette nodded slightly as her figure suddenly turned transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. The bubbles scattered and dissipated in an instant. The bluish-black pea-vine shrank and disappeared into the night. Klein seemed to be supported by an invisible hand as he gently landed on Bakeland Bridge. He reached out to press down on the top hat on his head and surveyed his surroundings. There were many houses on both sides of the river, emitting faint yellow lights. Amidst the gushing river and the dark night, it appeared serene, quiet, warm, and peaceful. I hope all of this won't be destroyed. Klein sighed as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. Chapter 1038. Dear Mr. Aztec, ever since we entered September, Bakeland's temperature has been dropping by the day. Recently, you can even see elderly people wearing gloves when they go out. Just like last year, the fog has begun to envelop the city. There will be 1 or 2 days a week, or even more. Clearly, the control of air pollution isn't something that can be completed in a year or two. It will take at least 5 years. What's good is that the pungent smell in the air has lessened significantly. My sanguine friend is very satisfied with such weather conditions. Another joyous change is that more and more students, postmen, and technical workers are buying bicycles. The number of horse carriages on the streets has decreased significantly. This means that horse feces and its smell are no longer the main source of air quality in Bakeland. Of course, they still occupy a rather important position. As you know, those gentlemen and ladies who think of themselves as important won't casually lower their standard. However, according to my observations, their children are gradually becoming interested in bicycles. During this period of time, I've been living a normal life. I go to St. Samuel Cathedral and the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation a few times a week. I participate in their activities and continue donating cash. Occasionally, I'll watch horse racing, watch theater performances, enjoy symphonies, play cards, and play golf at the club. On the weekends, I'll hold banquets, balls, and salons. I forgot to tell you that I've already bought a manor. It originally belonged to the Duke of Negan's family, and it's called Mager. It has its own high-quality vineyard and brewery, as well as a large forest and farmland. It can be used for farming and hunting. Its main house is a square with a long edge missing. It has a total of 4 floors and a large number of rooms. I walked around it for a while without leaving the foyer, but I walked more than 10,000 steps. At the same time, it has a large number of sculptures, oil paintings, decorations, and exquisite cutlery. It's as grand as a palace. Perhaps my description is a little exaggerated. After all, I've never seen a real palace. This is also the first manor I own. I still remember that back in Tingen, I lived in a 2-room rented apartment with my brother and sister. Every day I had to smell the smell of coal to sleep. This was introduced by Brigadier General Conas Kilgore. It cost me a total of £20,000. You don't have to worry about my financial situation. I earned a huge sum of money in the southern continent and sold some mystical items. I currently have £17,000 in cash, £15,000 in gold bars, as well as many gold coins, soldi, and pence. I'm rather satisfied with Mager Manor. I've sent my former valet, Richardson, to be the manor's steward. It's now autumn, and I'm about to invite guests to spend a pleasant weekend there. I hope that Richardson will be prepared. Bakeland's mysterious world has not changed for the time being. May it continue like this. The magic mirror that I mentioned previously has already recovered, but it seems to have left behind some post-traumatic stress disorder that targets Amon. As long as I mention the relevant things in the question, it will automatically change the color of the text and give me the wrong answer. It will also ask me for praise again and again. It also has a different view of leaving the Church of the God of Steam. It seems to have decided to stay for a period of time, believing that it's safer. It even wants to reveal its harmfulness and become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I have to say that its train of thought always surprises me. Thanks to some of its answers, I found a way to create pure darkness. It's to use an Evernight domain charm that has a dream to create it. This is the response of the Evernight goddess, so it can be classified as pure. In addition, after repeated experiments, I've finally grasped the cogitation engraving of godhood symbols and created the item I want. Upon writing this, Klein, who was sitting on the sofa with his thigh as a desk, couldn't help but stop writing. He raised his hand to rub his temples. Failure after failure meant the loss of one worm of spirit after another. And every time he separated a worm of spirit, it was a lacerating injury to his spirit body. He needed a relatively long period of time to recover. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents, he didn't push himself to his limit. After separating 3 to 4 worms of spirit, he would choose to rest for a few days before attempting to inscribe them. He would try and stop from time to time. Only now did he completely grasp the method and produce a finished product. Glancing at the rectangular diamond beside him, he saw layers of complicated symbols that extended into the void from the constantly refracted light. His head felt a little dizzy, as though he was witnessing a piece of history. "I'll just call it the yesterday once more charm." Klein retracted his gaze and continued writing. "There's another storm coming ashore along the coast. The upper and lower houses of the kingdom have entered the traditional period of discussing important bills. The footsteps of the new year are getting closer and louder. This makes me feel a little worried. May you recover as soon as possible and wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." Putting away his pen and folding the letter, Klein blew Aztec's copper whistle and summoned the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger. Unlike in the past, this messenger only revealed its head and arm. The rest of it was below the floorboard and on the second floor. This made it appear much shorter than Klein. After all, I can barely be considered a blessed of death now. Klein handed the letter to the messenger and watched it disintegrate into a waterfall of bones that drilled into the ground. After doing this, he picked up the yesterday once more charm from the armrest of the sofa. This was his first successful product, and he planned on using it for himself. After all, with experience, it would be easy to make more in the future. As for whether borrowing strength from his historical self was dangerous, Klein had already divined above the gray fog ahead of time. He believed that if it involved the real fool or the owner of the Door of Light, the gray fog and the mysterious space would be able to withstand it. And the result of the divination was that it was very safe. After staring at the diamond-like charm for a few seconds, Klein no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and said a word in ancient Hermes, history. The reason why he attempted it in the real world and not above the gray fog was that he was worried that the mysterious space would cut off his ability to trace the past. As the inarticulate voice echoed, Klein injected his spirituality into the yesterday once more charm. Light that scattered like hair lit up, illuminating the surroundings in a clear and pure manner. Vaguely, a scene flashed before Klein's eyes. It was him dancing beside Zanguil's corpse with Daily Simone. It was Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and had an outstanding temperament. It was German Sparrow, who had landed on the black tulip under the blessings of the wind while pressing down on his top hat. It was Sherlock Moriarty, who was struggling with all his might when the meteorite fell from the sky. It was Klein Moretti, who had summoned sunlight. When he heard a baby cry at the Blackthorn Security Company, it was the pale university graduate who had raised his revolver and aimed it at his son Acupoint. Further ahead, all the scenes disappeared, leaving behind only a grayish-white fog. And even when the charm's powers were exhausted, Klein still didn't find the end of the fog. Indeed, my transmigration has something to do with that gray fog, that mysterious space, and that strange door of light. This basically confirms that I was sleeping in the cocoon in the past, hanging on the door of light for an unknown period of time. Compared to the first time he saw the door of light, he was rather calm after confirming it. It was as though he had long expected it. Phew, next, I can make 2 yesterday once more charms for Will. These charms aren't of much use to me. I won't visit him this week. Feeding him ice cream once a week will always raise suspicions. Even his maidservant is looking at me strangely. Also, since I've grasped the cogitation engraving method of godhood symbols, I can bring forward the matter of using worms of time to make Beyonder bullet. Leonard said that he would be heading to Tingen in the next few days to see if he can steal the power of the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Klein rubbed his forehead and got up to leave the sofa. At a previous tarot gathering, Leonard had already handed over the 4 godhood symbols and magic labels that Pallas Zoroast had given him. They all came from the Marauder domain. It was said that one of them could mislead the enemy and make them make mistakes in judgment. Another one could steal the 3 Beyonder powers that the target had previously used, starting from the most recent one and backtracking. If one could accurately affect the enemy, it could make them lose a large amount of their lifespan, entering a state of aging. The last one could create a worm of time that didn't have a long lifespan. It would silently parasitize the target's body, allowing the user of the charm to control it. Klein had used the remaining 7 worms of time to create 3 fate siphon charms in advance. He had given one to Miss Justice and kept 2 for himself. This also meant that he still had 4 worms of time, allowing him to attempt all 4 effects. Of course, his intuition told him that he might not succeed in creating all of them. As for Leonard's 2 worms of time, one of them had become a fate siphon charm. According to the teachings of the world's German sparrow, Leonard had prayed to Mr. Fool and received a response. The other one had been made into a parasitism charm with Pallas Zoroast's help. After a busy period, Klein succeeded 5 times and failed once in the evening. He obtained 2 yesterday once more charms, a parasitic bullet, a deceit bullet, and a deprivation bullet. His only failure was the aging bullet. The reason seemed to be that the level of the mysterious space above the gray fog he could use was still insufficient. Looking at the 3 strange-looking bullets that were translucent, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took out Death Knell and stuffed them into it. Inside were the 3 control spirit bullets he had previously created. After tidying up the altar, he walked out of the room and went down to the 2nd floor. He entered the dining hall and said to butler Walter, who was standing beside him, "You can follow the list and invite the guests who will be hunting in the suburbs this weekend." "Yes, sir." Walter was already prepared for this as he remained solemn and proper. Tingen City, 36, Zutland Street. Leonard got off the carriage and looked at the rebuilt building with a complicated expression. He momentarily forgot to enter. Chapter 1039. In the past, 36 Zutland Street's ground floor was covered with stucco. The 2 windows on each floor were enclosed in a bow shape, forming a hole. It had the architectural characteristics of the 5th epoch around 1300, and the lighting wasn't that great. After the reconstruction, the ground floor was sheltered by a small porch, and on both sides were 2-story-high oriel windows. The details of the window frames had window walls and decorative pillars that supported thin stone beams. Above the oriel windows was a parapet wall that connected to the 3rd floor. This was the 3-story architectural style that had become popular in recent years. In a daze, Leonard felt like he had walked into the wrong place. After being stunned for about 10 seconds, he held his silver-inlaid cane and walked into 36, Zutland Street. Following that, he walked up the stairs and went around the corner. He saw a black door and a vertical signboard. Blackthorn Security Company. He seemed to gradually familiarize himself with the place. He quickened his pace and pushed open the half-closed door. The brown-haired girl had placed the Tinjin City Honest paper vertically on the table. When she heard his unconcealed footsteps, she moved the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead, light brown eyes, and pretty face. "Good afternoon, Roshan," Leonard greeted hesitantly. Roseanne first revealed a pleasantly surprised expression before her face sank. She said in an abnormally cold tone, "Good afternoon. Congratulations on avenging Captain Klein and the others." Leonard gaped, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't even raise his hand to press down on his top hat because he didn't like wearing hat. He squeezed out a smile and nodded slightly. Then, he silently walked forward, past Roshan, and prepared to enter the door that separated the inside from the outside. Just as he was about to enter the office, he suddenly heard Roshan whisper from behind him. "Live well." Leonard slowed down his footsteps and nodded heavily. When he arrived at the inner area, he immediately saw Fry standing at the captain's office door. This corpse collector still looked pale, as if he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time. He had black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a cold and gloomy demeanor. Leonard looked at him seriously for a few seconds, exhaled, and tried his best to smile. "Long time no see." "Good afternoon, long time no see." Fry pointed to the captain's office. "I've already received the telegram and learned of your request. I'll let 2 team members follow you. Also, you need to fill in a sealed artifact application form." Leonard smiled in a slightly surprised manner. "You're the captain? You're not as quiet as before." In fact, Leonard had already digested the Soul Assurer potion and could advance to sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. However, in order to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's blood, he deliberately didn't report it. He continued to placate the souls around Bakeland. Finally, through his hard work, he found an opportunity to come to Tinjin. "Yes." Fry gently nodded. "Actually, I don't like to talk so much, but as the captain, I have to say it." Leonard nodded slightly. "When did you become the captain? How come I've never heard of it?" "Recently." Fry answered the question succinctly before explaining. "Not long after you left, I became a Sequence 8 gravedigger. Last month, I finally advanced to a spirit medium, and the previous captain happened to be transferred." So fast. Before Leonard could finish his sentence, he had already clenched his fist and hit his head. "Look at my memory. I forgot that Klein shared some of his experiences with everyone." He lowered his right hand and turned to Fry with a smile. "In this case, you still have time and space to improve. You might even become a deacon in the future." Fry glanced at him, then retracted his gaze. "I probably won't continue to seek advancement." "Why?" Leonard walked a few steps to Fry's side and asked in surprise. Fry raised his head to look at the ceiling and said in a calm and deep voice, "I want to stay here. Always protecting this place." Leonard remained silent and did not respond. He looked around and felt that this place had been greatly modified, but there were still some unchanging things hidden deep within. Fry was similarly silent for a while before saying, "I'll send 2 team members to follow you." As he spoke, he walked to the end of the corridor. Leonard also subconsciously followed by his side. In the office at the bottom of the corridor, the door was wide open. A few Nighthawks were playing cards and fighting evil. Upon sensing their captain's approach, they put down their poker cards and stood up. Leonard swept his gaze over and saw 2 familiar faces. They were the black-haired Royale with slender eyebrows and the white-haired, black-eyed Sika. At the same time, he also saw a few unfamiliar faces. He saw the pennies, solely, and poker cards on the table. In that instant, he fell into a daze as his vision turned blurry. In the waters of the Rorsted archipelago, in a small harbor that had a fishing village attached to it, in the bottom cabin of the future. Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves, crossed his arms, and seriously observed the mushroom in front of him. The mushroom, including its cap, was 1.8 meters tall. Its white surface had a few red spots that resembled eyes, nose, and mouth. Apart from that, its body also protruded with spores, growing out thick and powerful white mycelium that resembled tentacles. Frank sized up the gigantic mushroom a few times before surveying the area. He looked at the wooden walls, floors, and all sorts of mushrooms of various sizes. He said to Sylph beside him, "This is the artisan Sylph. There's been progress in this experiment. This mushroom has a strong tendency to reproduce itself, and this will make it hungry. It will desperately need the flesh and blood of monsters to replenish its energy. And be it roasting or boiling it, it can eliminate its activity, making it less dangerous." How does it taste? Didn't you taste it just now? Its progeny will randomly have the flavor of beef, fish, or wheat. Some will even be filled with milk. One stalk is enough to satisfy a breakfast. Look, the crew doesn't like to drink anymore. There are mushrooms that can be plucked everywhere. I'm thinking that at times, in order to fill our stomachs in the wilderness, we need to carry rations or hunt beasts. It's just too troublesome. If we could grow mushrooms on our bodies, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Artisan Charv was much thinner than when he was in Byam. His eye sockets were sunken, and his gaze was glazed over. He lacked the liveliness. Upon hearing Frank's words, he seemed to recall something as his body trembled slightly. He silently squatted down, opened his mouth, and vomited. "Are you all right? I know it's been hard on you. I really have to thank you for this period of time," Frank said sincerely to the artisan. Frank said sincerely to the blacksmith. "If it weren't for you, this mushroom wouldn't have such a strong tendency to reproduce itself. Furthermore, under the moonlight, its vitality becomes abnormally tenacious, and it can self-purify. This can effectively eliminate the toxins accumulated from devouring monsters. The only problem now is that there's no moonlight in pure darkness. This is a problem we need to resolve next." Charv didn't say a word. After he finished vomiting, he suddenly stood up and turned to rush outside. However, thick and powerful white mycelium spread over and pulled him back. Return me my mystical item. I want to die with these mushrooms," he shouted crazily as his voice became softer and softer. His mouth seemed to be gagged. At this moment, in a spot outside the fishing village, green vines rapidly retracted as though they were growing in reverse. Admiral of Stars Catlia walked out, her eyes a deep purple with a hint of silver. Her ears still resounded with the illusory ravings of the hidden sage, but she no longer found it terrifying. It wasn't as unbearable as it was in the past. Everywhere she looked, there were countless figures in indescribable forms. They were like thick curtains in the shadows, an invisible gaze cast from an unknown location. Compared to before, she could already vaguely see the unknown existence hidden behind the curtains. She could already see moons of different colors high in the sky. They were either blood red, silver, dark brown, or ghostly blue. They were like eyes watching the land. Catlia's mind buzzed as she hurriedly retracted her gaze, not daring to look again. She had already relied on analyzing the blood of the snake of fate to complete the ritual and obtain godhood. She had become a Sequence 4 of the Mystery Prior Pathway, Mysticologist. However, she remembered that the Queen had once warned her, among all the Sequence 4s of the 22 pathways, a Mysticologist was the job that was most prone to encountering danger. This was because they often saw things they shouldn't see, heard voices they shouldn't hear, and touched upon secrets they shouldn't touch upon. Therefore, if a mysticologist wanted to live long, they had to know how to restrain their curiosity and control their corresponding actions. Removing the heavy glasses from her clothes, Catlia placed them on the bridge of her nose. However, the things she saw that didn't belong to the real world didn't vanish. She curled the corners of her mouth in a self-deprecating and satisfied manner, knowing that this item was no longer able to seal her eye of mystery prying. She closed her eyes before opening them. Her eyes were already black, no longer having the mysterious deep purple and silver. Phew! Katlia heaved a sigh of relief as she slowly walked towards the future, as though she had only disembarked from the ship for a stroll. She didn't plan on spreading the news of her becoming a demigod, nor did she wish to quickly become the fifth king of the sea. To her, this was one of her trump cards in the dangerous world. She wouldn't easily use it. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Just as Emlyn's carriage drove into the street, he saw a blurry figure in a white shirt and black vest with slightly disheveled hair appear on the seat opposite him. It was a young man who resembled a wraith. "Long time no see, Mr. Merrick," Emlyn said with a smile without panicking. Merrick nodded slightly. "I'm here to tell you that we're already prepared. We can discuss the exact plan of action. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival and a family reunion." Chapter 1040. "All right," Emlyn agreed very calmly. Merrick didn't say another word as his figure suddenly vanished. He knew that it was impossible to discuss the exact plan immediately. Emlyn White had to return to seek the opinion of the Sanguine's upper echelons, so he didn't stay. This might be my chance to obtain godhood and become an earl. Emlyn smiled as he watched the wraith, Merrick, leave silently. He hadn't digested the Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. The so-called chance of becoming an earl referred to the promise of a free ritual or the corresponding potion formula. The carriage continued forward and stopped at the entrance of the Harvest Church. Emlyn looked at the grayish-white fog in satisfaction, pressed down on his silk top hat, and unhurriedly walked out of the carriage and passed through the door. After changing into his brown priest robe, he took a rag and a bucket of water and carefully wiped the candlesticks on both sides. After Father Yutravsky, who seemed taller than before, finished his morning sermon, Emlyn stopped working and grumbled, "That's right. Why did you let Ernst go back? He only requested to do a month of volunteer work." Father Yutravsky wasn't annoyed by Emlyn's repeated questions from time to time recently. He appeared very patient. Thinking of his own encounter, Emlyn immediately felt a little unbalanced. He couldn't help but mutter. He was forced to do volunteer work. He didn't volunteer of his own accord. He can't set the time limit. He has to do it for at least half a year. Father Yutravsky replied with a smile. He did pretty well. He did a good job. During that month, he worked hard to guide the believers and copy the Holy Scriptures. I could clearly feel that he had come to understand the preciousness of life and the joy of the harvest. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly. He's about to become a believer of Earth Mother? No, I didn't plan on forcing him to change his faith, Father Yutravsky said gently. I only made him understand the teachings of Earth Mother and feel the bits and pieces of life. I hope that when he feels lost in the future, he can remember that there's a home for his soul, a mother's embrace. Emlyn's lips quivered a few times, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He lowered his head and continued wiping. Cherwood Borough, in a particular house. Furs sat in the high-back chair and looked at the empty glass bottle on the desk in front of her. Some time ago, she had finally digested the astrologer potion. Today, under Zio's watch, she had concocted the scribe potion using the brain of Asman and the ancient wraith's cursed artifact. Mustering her courage, she drank it. At this moment, she felt that her brain was rapidly expanding. The gray folds and bulges were increasing rapidly, and her body was gradually disintegrating into cells. The cells glowed as if they had formed a door around the brain. Vaguely, Furs heard the familiar murmurs again, but they were very faint and indistinct. She couldn't distinguish the specific words at all. For someone as experienced as her, it didn't affect her at all. After an unknown period of time, Furs finally regained control of her brain and cells and felt the existence of her body. Almost at the same time, A large amount of knowledge resounded in her mind, allowing her to understand how to use the powers of a scribe. The mutated brain would reproduce the beyonder powers used by the target. Then, it would drive the activated cells to form the corresponding symbols, patterns, and labels to complete the storage. This was, I came, I saw, I record. Using the psyche as a pen and the spirit body as paper. At present, I can only record one beyonder power with Godhood's influence. The higher the sequence, the higher the chances of me failing. Even at sequence 4, I might not succeed once in a dozen tries. I can record 8 beyonder powers from sequence 6 and 5, and the effects are half of the original. I can record 20 beyonder powers from sequence 7 to sequence 9, and the effects are close to the original. When the potion is digested further, there will be further improvements in all aspects. Furs combined the knowledge and her own feelings as she silently muttered to herself. This seemed to overlap with Lamino's travels, but Furs felt that no one would complain about having too many beyonder powers. Besides, the two also complemented each other. After all, she could rent Lamino's travels to the tarot members in exchange for beyonder powers, but it was impossible for her to rent herself out. Only at sequence 6 can an apprentice have sufficient combat strength. Furs reigned in her thoughts as she turned her head to the side and said wistfully to Zio. She then took a pen and paper from the other side of the table and began writing. Dear teacher, I'm very happy to inform you that I've finally become a scribe. I'm just one step away from my dream of traveling. Just as Furs wrote a few words, she saw Zio stand up from the corner of her eye and walk towards the door. She hurriedly called out to her. Hey, aren't we going to find a good restaurant to celebrate? Zio replied solemnly. The condition of your spirituality overflowing is rather serious. You will need a few days to control it through meditation. You can't smoke, you can't drink, and you can't indulge your emotions too much. After exhorting her, she added, I still have a commission to do. I'm about to save up enough contribution points to exchange for the judge formula. All right. Furs threw up her hands. After leaving the house, Zio unchained herself, got on a bicycle specially designed for youths, and rode towards Hillston Borough. According to the information she had previously received, Viscount Stratford had ordered lunch at a luxurious restaurant there. After arriving at the restaurant, Zio locked her bicycle to a street lamp pole and found a hidden corner to observe the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, a carriage drove over amidst the thin fog. On it was a coat of arms formed by a flower and 2 rings. Zio's attention was instantly focused as she watched the carriage stop at the restaurant's entrance. She saw Viscount Stratford, who was in his 40s and wearing a white wig, alight first. He extended his hand like a gentleman to the passenger behind him. It was a lady in a dark red cloak. Zio couldn't see the lady's face clearly, but she noticed that her jawline was soft and her skin was fair. On the Blue Avenger in the northern Sonia Sea, Alger Wilson's feet were off the ground as he floated behind the window of the captain's cabin. He stared at the deck and the distant waves outside. Having digested a portion of the ocean songster potion, he had reported to the Church of the Storm 2 weeks ago that he had used the contribution points he had accumulated to exchange for a wind-blessed potion and successfully consumed it. This also meant that in the official records, his sequence had risen to sequence 6. Of course, he had to digest the wind-blessed potion again, but it wasn't difficult. The biggest problem is that the ocean songster potion's digestion is too obvious. I should have bought that Word of the Sea cane. Every time I sing, I'll blame it on it. Alger sighed silently, but he didn't regret it too much. This was because, even if he had decided to buy it back then, he didn't have that much money. Furthermore, he had also figured out a way to digest the ocean songster potion. I should be able to obtain the information in a while and confirm the identity of the Faceac naval officer that Mr. Fool is investigating. Alger retracted his gaze and flew back to the desk with the brass sextant in a half-floating, half-flying manner. At this moment, 2 sailors passed by the deck while hiccuping. There seem to be sirens in these waters. I can always hear their singing at night. One of the sailors said with uncertainty. His companion immediately sneered. How is that possible? How can a siren's singing be that bad? It must be caused by some sea monster. City of Silver, on the training ground that wasn't as lively as daytime. A pile of ghostly blue ice was piled up like a small mountain. He stood in front of the ice mountain with his hands empty as he prayed piously. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After chanting the honorific name and making his request, he looked at the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, who was waiting in the distance, and walked towards the pile of ice. When Colin, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, saw this, he held a bottle of golden liquid that emitted light and heat. He came over and watched as Derek burrowed into the pile of ice, completely burying himself without leaving a single gap. A deep and hazy darkness suddenly descended. Even if lightning streaked across the sky, it wouldn't be able to illuminate the area. In an instant, an indescribable surge appeared in the surroundings, as if pairs of eyes were casting their gazes from the depths of the darkness. Colin Iliad could clearly sense that Derek had fallen into a deep sleep. Even though his face was pale from the ice that couldn't melt under normal circumstances and his body was trembling slightly, he didn't wake up. Without any hesitation, he threw the potion bottle forward. A transparent figure that resembled a wraith appeared and enveloped it. This figure passed through the ghostly blue ice and came to the narrow space that Derek had created. It took out the potion and poured it into Derek's mouth. The moment this action was completed, it immediately retreated and left the ice pile. Whoosh! Colin Iliad suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed to his right, producing yellow pus and a monster with eyes all over its body. It was unknown where it came from. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw a blazing light rise from the pile of ghostly blue ice. It scattered a pure light that was different from lightning into the surroundings. It was hot, warm, bright, and filled with vitality. This reflected in Colin's eyes, as if it had come from before the Dark Ages. The City of Silver's chief watched intently for a long time until another monster emerged from the darkness. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Little Sun has also reached sequence 5. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his gaze from the crimson star that represented Sun and cast it towards another star. Miss Justice had completed many psychological alchemy missions in the past month or so. She could exchange them for the Dreamwalker potion formula. This meant that she would once again face Vin Rambus. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a family reunion. Chapter 1041. Bakeland, at the home of the furniture merchant, Hamprez. Audrey met the psychological alchemy counselor, Vin Rambus, once again. This old man was as gentle and elegant as ever. His white and thick hair was neatly combed, and his blue and deep eyes seemed to contain endless knowledge. Upon seeing him, Audrey's eyes were first lost before coming to a realization. It was as though she had finally woken up from a long dream and found her lost memories. However, she wasn't surprised by this. She accepted this fact without any resistance, as though it was a very normal matter. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rambus," Audrey greeted him with perfect etiquette. Vin nodded slightly and replied with a smile. "Good afternoon, our girl." In the past month or so of their meetings, he had gradually guided Audrey's self-identity as the pride of psychological alchemy and the most important girl. Audrey looked down at the diamond brooch in front of her and found a seat with a smile, waiting for Vin Rambus to speak. She was prepared for the so-called hints and guidance, so she wasn't affected by it. At that moment, when she heard Vin Rambus address him as such, she really wanted to disregard her image and etiquette to roll her eyes. However, she ultimately held back and didn't show any signs of it. Vin Rambus looked at Audrey for a few seconds and said with a smile, "You've done well during this period of time. You've done well during this period of time." As a reward, we've decided to give you the Dreamwalker potion formula. As he spoke, he took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his coat pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it to the noble girl diagonally opposite him. Audrey pressed down on her skirt, stood up slightly, took the piece of paper, and unfolded it in front of Vin Rambus. Her gaze first landed on the main ingredients before quickly sliding to the ritual. Main ingredients: 1 Dreamcatcher's heart, 1 Mind Phantom crystal, or the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Ritual: find a human-headed bird demon in the spirit world and sign a contract with it. Then, take one of its tail feathers and consume the potion while feeling either joy or anger. As if sensing Audrey's puzzlement, Vin Rambus explained with a smile, "Don't worry. The human-headed bird demon has the ability of nightmares and can wake people up from their dreams. Therefore, the essence of the entire ritual is to pull you out through an external force when you are immersed in your dreams and unwilling to wake up. Otherwise, you might fall asleep forever or lose control and become a monster on the spot." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. Taking the magic potion in the midst of intense emotions is also to prevent one from sleeping soundly and entering a deep dream? Yes, you have grasped the key. If you don't know much about the spirit world and can't find the human-headed bird demon, we can provide some help. If the essence of the ritual is to wake me up from my dream, there's no need for a human-headed bird demon. Mr. Fool's angel's blessings can keep me lucid in my dream, allowing me to wake up whenever I want. Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly as she revealed a look of anticipation. "I can try it myself first." "All right." Vin didn't mind the girl's desire to take the risk. He paused and said, "There's something else I need you to do. There's something else for you to do this time. If you do well, we'll provide all the ingredients for the Dreamwalker potion." "What is it?" Audrey asked without any resistance, as usual. Vin Rambus's expression turned slightly solemn. "Figure out the attitudes of your father, Earl Hall, the current Duke of Negan, Admiral Emirius, and the other nobles towards a relatively large war." "War." Audrey repeated this word that she often heard but also sounded unfamiliar. She felt as though ripples had suddenly appeared on the calm surface of a lake. "War." Above the gray fog, Klein fell into deep thought as he listened to Miss Justice's prayer. He was currently unable to determine if the psychological alchemy, or Hermes, who was hiding behind them, or even Adam, welcomed or opposed war. As for whether King Ruan, the Prime Minister, and a number of nobles and members of Parliament wanted war, the answer was relatively clear. Last year, the hanging man had once asked Miss Justice a similar question. Her answer was that the king and the prime minister had the inclination for war, but they had chosen to first carry out internal reforms and straighten out the various relationships. Now, almost a year had passed. The various policies that had been introduced back then were basically on the right track. This also meant that it was time to start a war and snatch back the benefits that Ruan had lost in East Balam. It's an era of change. The internal conflicts between the various countries are intense. Once war breaks out, the extent of it will likely be uncontrollable. Furthermore, Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels have returned one after another. They have either obtained key items or are seeking breakthroughs. The mysterious world is also about to usher in a storm, with hidden dangers. Klein sighed as he returned to the real world. The next day, he followed his planned itinerary. He first went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donated dozens of pounds in cash. Then, he went to 22 Phelps Street, planning on participating in the matters of the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation. The moment he entered, Klein saw Miss Audrey Hall and a few members of the Foundation's staff walk down the stairs to the door. This noble lady was dressed very simply today. Her hair was simply tied up, and she didn't wear any accessories. Her dress was light green, and there were only ruffles on her sleeves. There were no lace or tassels. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein took off his hat in a familiar manner and bowed. He then nodded at the staff and greeted them. good morning. After waiting for Audrey to respond, Klein casually asked, "Where are they going?" He knew that Miss Justice's main job at the foundation was to solicit donations from the gentlemen and ladies of high society. Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Visit various universities and show concern for the students you helped before." When she said this, she blinked and her smile became a little more obvious. "Mr. Dantes, do you want to go together? Go and see those children who have the opportunity to change their fate because of your thoughts and kindness. Oh, some of them are already young." Although Klein had no intention of receiving any returns from the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, he sincerely hoped that it could help the target group. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the actual progress and the actual situation. After some hesitation, he smiled and nodded. "This is an invitation that cannot be refused." They went out, and under Miss Audrey's suggestion, they chose a trackless carriage. "You seem to be very used to it." After getting on the carriage, Klein first got Miss Audrey to sit down before sitting opposite her and asking with a smile. Audrey looked at the nearby foundation staff and said with a smile, "It's not the first time. It's impossible for me to take my own carriage every time I go out. They use public transportation." At this point, she paused a little embarrassedly and said, "The first time I took such a public carriage, I took out a £1 note. The lady at the counter asked me to buy a few newspapers before coming back. Oh, it's cleaner here than I imagined. The smell in the air isn't too unbearable either." Klein nodded slightly. "This is because the truly poor seldom take such public transportation. They would rather walk. And under normal circumstances they don't need to go, nor can they go too far." Although Audrey could guess the reason, she still asked in front of others, "Mr. Dantes, you seem very familiar with such things." Klein smiled. "Although I haven't experienced it directly, I've seen too much." Audrey didn't continue the topic as she changed the topic to confirm the learning and living conditions of the recipient. As they chatted, they arrived at the first stop of their visit, Bakeland University of Technology. Due to Audrey's identity and Don Dantes' social connections, they directly met the newly established university's chancellor, a resident of 100 Buckland Street, Mr. Portland Moment. This elder was tall, ruddy, and had a loud voice. He told his good neighbor, Don Dantes, and the esteemed Miss Audrey about the various things that had happened since the establishment of the university. From time to time, he would grumble about the Higher Education Commission. Audrey and Klein listened with appropriate smiles, occasionally echoing in agreement. Finally, they found an opportunity and suggested that they begin work. Portland was just about to call his secretary in when he heard someone knock on his office door. "Please come in," the chancellor replied loudly. The door opened without a sound as a black-haired, brown-eyed girl walked in. She wasn't dressed up, and her face was rather thin. Her facial features were rather regular, and she looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Klein's gaze suddenly turned a little deeper before he retracted it. The girl didn't expect there to be a guest in the chancellor's office. She was momentarily nervous as she hurriedly lowered her head. "Sorry. It's fine. They're about to leave," Portland said indifferently. "Have you finished the item I got you to make last week?" "It's done." The girl passed through the door and stood to the side. Portland Moment then smiled at Don Dantes and Audrey. "Her name is Melissa Moretti. She's very talented in machinery. I chanced upon her, so I got her to help in my laboratory after class. Of course, she can only do miscellaneous chores for now." "Not bad." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he praised her with a smile. Audrey glanced at him and smiled. There are always arrogant fellows who say that women don't have talent in the field of machinery, and this lady has proven them wrong. Portland shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to care about those remarks. All right, I'll get my secretary to bring you to understand the situation of the recipients." Audrey and Klein didn't stay any longer and left the office. After leaving, Audrey glanced at Don Dantes again, but she didn't say a word. Chapter 1042. 160 Buckland Street, Dwayne Dantes' residence. Klein stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the pattering rain fall with the wind, hitting the ground and the glass, interweaving into a net. Ever since autumn, Bakeland began to rain again. This brought about a lingering cold and humidity. Klein didn't move for a long time. He silently looked into the distance under the blurry rain, his eyes unfocused. Only when his spiritual perception was triggered did he rein in his thoughts that were like a drizzle. He turned his head to the side. Rionette Tinker, who was carrying the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out of the void with a letter in her mouth. "Who's it from this time?" Klein habitually asked Miss Messenger. The last letter he received was from Sharon. This lady told him that she had successfully passed the ritual and advanced to sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Klein first sincerely congratulated her before apologetically telling her that he had already obtained what he wanted and that he wouldn't be heading to Calderon City in the spirit world anytime soon. Of course, he also indicated that there was quite a sizable secret hidden there that might be related to him. There was a high chance that he would still head there after a period of time. When the time came, if Miss Sharon was free and willing, he hoped to receive her help. To Klein, on the one hand, he might still need to go there to find the ingredients for his advancement in the future. On the other hand, he believed that the magical city involved the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Perhaps it hid a way to treat Mr. Aztec's spirit-body deficiency. Even if this death consul didn't have a chance of advancing, he hoped that he wouldn't suffer the torture of amnesia again and again. Of course, Klein also had a backup plan for this. It was to wait until he advanced to sequence 3 Scholar of Yore and prepare more yesterday, once more charms for Mr. Aztec. Or, he could directly apply the corresponding Beyonder powers to help him recover from his amnesia quickly. At this moment, Klein had already received the letter. Rionette and Tinker's 4 heads replied one after another. That. Undying. Fool. Undying. Idiot. Patrick Bryan from the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Klein easily understood who Miss Messenger was referring to. This was because Patrick was the one who had written to him the most frequently in the past 2 months. Basically, he would report and ask for instructions on any important matters. After this happened a few times, Rionette Tinacle gave him a nickname. Miss Messenger didn't show any interest in this aspect in the past. I wonder when it started. Most of the people who often write to me have nicknames, except for Miss Sharon. As Klein muttered to himself, he unfolded the letter and quickly scanned it. In the letter, Patrick Bryan said that the orders from the southern continent were no longer for him to make various attempts to awaken death. Instead, he was to prepare a special ritual to help the Angel of the Death Domain in the Mausoleum, the leader of the Artificial Death faction, Hater, further recover, allowing he to temporarily leave the land of self-sealing. On the surface, such an order didn't seem too problematic. It was just a little abrupt, but Klein still sensed that something was amiss. The Southern Continent's Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction had previously gotten Patrick to continue holding strange and dangerous rituals in an attempt to awaken death, but I instructed him to use the excuse of not being able to gather all the ingredients or the experiment ultimately failing to fool them. Now, they finally suspect that there's something wrong with Patrick? Klein nodded in thought. He suspected that this was a test aimed at Patrick Bryan, a ritual that pointed at the angel. The range of an angel's response to the ritual was the entire world. Yes, it's fine as long as they don't suspect that there's something wrong with artificial death. After all, they inherited a huge inheritance from the ancient Balam Empire. Who knows if there's a way to affect the goddess's control of the death pathway's uniqueness, preventing both sides from benefiting. Klein analyzed for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. As for the Death Domain's Angel's Probe, he didn't find it too problematic. This was because the Fool could also use powers that were close to this level to interfere with it in the form of Angel's Embrace. As long as the high priest named Hayter didn't directly descend and instead exerted his influence through space, he could ingeniously mislead him. After figuring out this matter, Klein flicked his wrist, igniting Patrick Bryan's letter with a scarlet flame. He returned to his desk, took out a pen and paper, and wrote, "You can follow your teacher's instructions, but before the actual ritual, you have to report to me and obtain my permission." As the interval between the replies was very short, it was very likely that Patrick Bryan hadn't left his original location. Klein didn't summon the other party's messenger. He blew the adventurer's harmonica and handed the folded letter to Rionette Tinker. In the drizzle, Zio was wearing a simple raincoat made of tree sap. She hid in a dark corner and stared at the side door of Viscount Stratford's house. It wasn't evening, but the street lamps had already been lit up, emitting a blurry halo in the rain. After a while, a rental carriage drove over from afar and stopped in front of a remote side door. The Viscount's valet, who was hiding in a sheltered spot, immediately jumped out and opened an umbrella. He protected the cloaked woman who got off the carriage and quickly passed through the side door. As for the rental carriage, it stopped in its spot and didn't leave, as though it had received enough money. Zio still couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but she wasn't depressed at all. She patiently waited in the cold rain, as though she had become a motionless statue. She planned on waiting until she came out before attempting to tail her and confirm her identity. This was not only an opportunity for her to obtain the Judge Potion formula, but it also concerned her goal in coming to Bakeland, to investigate the truth behind her father's death. It was also because of this motivation that Zio had persisted in monitoring Viscount Stratford to this day. The other intelligence personnel of MI9 had long ended their missions after nothing had happened in the past few months. Even the golden-masked man who had given the mission hadn't asked about it for weeks. Clearly, he didn't take it to heart. In Viscount Stratford's bedroom, a beautiful brown-haired girl dressed in a silk nightgown sat in front of the dressing table, fiddling with the skincare products and cosmetics as though she had discovered a treasure trove. The middle-aged Viscount Stratford was wearing a male nightgown. His hair was wet as he walked behind the beautiful girl and smiled at her reflection in the mirror. "Charmaine, you no longer need them to add to your luster. It's just a female instinct." The girl named Charmaine smiled as she raised her hand and grabbed the Viscount's palm that was on her shoulder. Viscount Stratford smiled gently. "When you were fiddling with them, there was a sense of innocence and purity. Heh, you made me regain my youth, as though I was 17 or 18 years old." Without waiting for Charmaine's response, he continued speaking. "My wife has already passed away for several years. I thought that I would continue living until the Lord summoned me, but who knew that I would meet you? After some time, the accumulated pressure in Bakeland will be released. I'll find an opportunity to enter the temple of marriage with you." "Marriage? You want to marry me?" Charmaine was taken aback as she asked in disbelief. Viscount Stratford smiled. "Meeting you is a gift from the Lord. Although your background isn't noble enough, I've already been married once. I don't need to care too much about such matters. Of course, I'll think of ways to raise your status. I'll first find a merchant and get him to acknowledge you as his illegitimate daughter." As he rambled on about his plan, he saw Charmaine's eyes gradually turn misty in the mirror. "What I find most precious about you is that you will treat me more than 10 times better when I treat you well. You don't hide it at all." Viscount Stratford smiled as he lowered his head and kissed the top of Charmaine's head. Charmaine opened her mouth as though she was crying, but also as though she was laughing. Only when the drizzle stopped and night fell did Zio finally see the woman in the dark red cloak come out and board the carriage. After memorizing the characteristics of the carriage, Zio tailed it from afar. She relied on her beyonder powers as a sheriff and the fact that the streets were wet and empty at night to track her target by walking and running. All the way from Empress Borough to the Bakeland Bridge area, the carriage finally came to a stop just as Zio's stamina was about to collapse. Zio perked up as she switched her target from the carriage to the woman in the dark red cloak and continued tailing her. During this process, she was slightly surprised to find that the woman had a very strong anti-tracking ability. Sometimes she would circle around, and sometimes she would use obstacles to make a stop. However, this wasn't a problem for Zio. She was an experienced sheriff. She patiently followed from afar and didn't approach. Just as she instinctively believed that the woman wasn't too far from her final destination and was about to chase after her, she suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet and ethereal fragrance. Amid the fragrance, Zio was dazed for a moment before she completely lost track of her target. As for the fragrance, it vanished as though it had never appeared. Zio's pupils dilated slightly. She didn't dare to search her surroundings for any traces. In a rented apartment, the gentle and sweet Trissy looked at Charmaine, who was looking at herself in the mirror. "You seem to be in a good mood. How is it? This final mission isn't too difficult to accept, right? Once it's completed, you can leave Bakeland and live the life you want." Charmaine was taken aback as her expression turned complicated. She looked a little disappointed, as though she had suddenly woken up from a beautiful dream. She didn't turn her head as her lips quivered for a while. "He said that he wants to marry me." Trissy immediately pricked up her brows. "A man's words can't be trusted at such times. You and I should know this very well. If he really wanted to marry you, he wouldn't be wary of you. He would want to have a child with you." "Heh, is that what he did?" Upon hearing her question, Charmaine's expression dimmed bit by bit. Trissy stood up and smiled. "I won't stop you from pursuing your love. If you wish to make this mission a lifetime, then you should think about what to do." After saying that lightly, she walked to the door and left the rented apartment. When she was going down the stairs, Trissy suddenly looked at her shoes and chuckled. She seemed to be mocking herself. "Love, P.S. Thank you, CZB, for your Silver Alliance Master Tip. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1043. Bakeland, Empress Borough, in the northwestern suburbs. It took more than an hour to reach by carriage. Mager Manor was built along the Tussock River. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the interior was lush with flowers and trees. Speaking of which, it was strange. Bakeland was perennially rainy, with relatively little sunlight. However, its suburbs were always covered in thin clouds and bright sunlight. Despite not being far from each other, there were two completely different types of weather. Among them, the northwestern suburbs were the most obvious. It was even one of the most famous grape-growing grounds in the northern continent. And if one traveled along the Tussock River from this area for another 50 kilometers northwest, the weather would be similar to that of Bakeland. Such a situation left meteorologists puzzled. They couldn't find a suitable theory to explain the reason, but Klein had a vague guess. In the Fourth Epoch, this was the capital of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. Blood Emperor Alista had also completely abandoned his humanity here and became a crazy deity. Therefore, it was normal for the weather and terrain to be permanently altered in a small area. Leonard Mitchell had mentioned this information during their free exchange in the Tarot. Furthermore, as a place with a long history, it was unknown how many ancient ruins were buried in this land of hope. They might very well have an invisible influence on the weather. The carriage drove into Mager Manor, and passed by the fountain and a small garden surrounded by the main house before stopping outside the main entrance. Just as Klein alighted from the carriage with butler Walter, he saw the manor steward, Richardson, leading 2 rows of male and female servants. They were standing by the door, waiting for their employer. Compared to 160 Buckland Street, there were more servants here, but they were all second-class servants and below. Looking at Richardson, who was dressed neatly and looked brand new, Klein smiled and nodded. "Well done." Without waiting for Richardson's response, he took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Enuni, along with his cane. He directly asked, "Is the living room for ladies to chat and play cards ready?" "It's ready. There are poker, tarot, and some board games." Common musical instruments like pianos and violins have also been moved in, Richardson answered smoothly. Klein passed through the door and nodded slightly. What about the gentlemen's smoking room? Same as the ladies'. It's on the second floor of the main building, separated by 5 rooms. Richardson didn't need the manor's servants to remind him. He didn't even think before giving the answer. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong with his employer's first hunting expedition, he asked about every trivial matter. Although he was exhausted, he was extremely excited. Klein then asked about the dinner and the guest rooms and confirmed that everything was in order. Before long, the first batch of guests arrived after Mager Manor changed its name to Dante's. It was Mocht and his family. This place is much bigger than my Elk Manor. Mocht smiled as he took off his coat and handed it to his servant as he praised. I've always heard that the wine brewed by Mager is excellent, but I've never had the chance to taste it. I can finally satisfy my curiosity today. I hope I won't disappoint you. Klein smiled modestly. As a famous vineyard in the northern continent, the quality of champagne, red wine, and white wine in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland were all of high quality. However, most of the manors here belonged to nobles, and the self-brewed alcoholic beverages were basically not sold to the public. Therefore, almost no one in the market had heard of it. Only people from the upper class or those close to this circle knew about the situation. Mager was one of the most representative estates in this area. The wine they brewed was widely praised in the circle, and the red wine of special years was even sold for hundreds of pounds per bottle by collectors. However, in order for Klein to purchase such a manor for £20,000, he had to agree to certain conditions. The Duke of Negan would send people to take away all the special vintage wines. Mocht knew this very well, and he didn't have any hopes of tasting the collectible wine. He smiled when he heard that. When he heard that, he said with a smile, "You can open a few more bottles and pour me a tiny cup. Let me judge which vintage is the most outstanding." As a member of high society, he had indeed never drunk Mager Manor's alcohol. The reason was simple. He was a new party member of Parliament, and the Duke of Negan was the main financier of the Conservative Party. No problem. Klein immediately agreed as he swept his gaze across Hazel's face. Compared to July or August, this girl was clearly a lot more cheerful. She no longer cowered when meeting strangers. She even refused to participate in banquets and balls. This made people who knew her well believe that she was ill, and this was all thanks to Justice Audrey. When she met Don Dantes at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, she had mentioned twice that she had recently met Miss Hazel Mock. Such a conversation didn't seem problematic at first glance. This was because Hazel was someone Audrey and Dantes were familiar with. She was someone from their social circles, so it was very normal to seek topics of conversation from a friend. However, Klein understood Miss Justice's hint. He understood that she was referring to the fact that he had met Hazel twice at a ball and a banquet, and that he had undergone 2 follow-up treatments. After settling in the Mocht family's rooms, Klein welcomed the second batch of guests for the weekend hunt. Major General Conas Kilgore had told him ahead of time that he would be bringing a friend. This friend was someone Klein knew, but he didn't know Don Dantes. He was a steam-powered car magnate from his cage. He was also the main investor of the bicycle project. With the help of a lawyer he suspected to be a lawyer, he had bought an additional 10% of the shares from Sherlock Moriarty at a low price. Since it's related to a lawyer, it's understandable that he's a friend of the Earl of the Fallen. Klein smiled as he went forward and hugged Conas and from his cage. "Welcome." He then took a step back and said to Frommiz, who was a quarter-face-act. He was tall and fat, and his eyes were very blue. "I heard that your steam-powered car is very famous. Why didn't you drive it here?" Before Frommiz could answer, the tough-looking Conas Kilgore said with a smile, "No, you don't understand him. He won't let go of any opportunity to showcase his steam-powered car. However, that car is too heavy. On the way here, it sank into the soil and couldn't be pulled out. Thankfully, I don't believe in his tricks. I rode the carriage myself and followed behind. Otherwise, he would have to walk the rest of the way on foot. The main problem is that our roads are too poor. They need to be renovated and rebuilt, just like how a steam-powered train needs to lay down its tracks. Frommes retorted and shrugged at Klein. I was planning on getting some investments from you. Haha, let's talk about it in the future. In the past, you were the one who invested in us, but now you're asking me for investments. Only then did Klein realize something. He was considered a rather famous tycoon in the upper echelons of the kingdom. He had donated shares worth more than £10,000, bought an expensive manor, and established ties with the military. It was obvious that he was rich, but in fact, my total assets are only £50,000 to £60,000. It might only be a tenth of Miss Justice's wealth. I wonder when I'll become a tycoon with £1,000,000. Amidst his self-deprecation, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It's fine. I'm very interested in the combination of machinery and steam. I can take a look at your steam-powered car when I'm free." "It's great." Frommes immediately laughed. "If I didn't know that you had donated a large amount of wealth to the Church of Evernight, I would have thought that you were a believer of steam. After all, I've once drawn a triangular sacred emblem on my chest." Klein didn't continue the topic, afraid that Konas would discover his intentions. He pointed at the staircase. "Why don't we try the cigar collection in the smoking room? Only after I bought this manor did I know that there's a room built to store cigars. It's constant in temperature and humidity. However, as you know, I can smoke, but I don't like it." "That's right. Is there a chief?" A smile suffused Konas Kilgore's face. "Of course." Klein gave an affirmative answer. There was only one reason why he actively held hunting activities: to hunt the Major General and Deputy Director of MI9. Therefore, he had considered the other party's preferences in every aspect. However, Klein wasn't in a hurry to take action during this hunt. This was because he still lacked a sufficient understanding of Konas Kilgore, a man who had concealed his demigod's strength. He still needed to grasp his preferences, level of vigilance, and the items he carried with him during the various gatherings and hunts. As a magician's, Klein didn't perform unprepared. In a particular house in Sherwood Borough, Furs put down the book in her hand and looked at Zio, who was pacing around the activity room. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you vexed about?" Zio glanced at her. "I'm vexed over whether to immediately inform MI9 of Viscount Stratford's close contact with an unfamiliar woman, or to keep it a secret until there are further developments." "Why keep it a secret?" Furs first asked before answering herself. "Viscount Stratford is related to your father's death, but you usually don't have the chance or strength to confront him. You're afraid of exposing yourself and affecting your mother and brother. And now, he might have met with an accident because of that unfamiliar woman. He's in a relatively easy state to deal with. This is your chance. That's why you're hesitating, right?" Zio fell silent for a moment. "Yes." Furs closed the book and stared into her friend's eyes. She said seriously, "Since you're hesitating, it means that you're already leaning towards it." Zio slowly nodded. "Yes." Furs combed her slightly curled long hair, stood up, and extended her right hand. "I already know of your decision. Oh, do you need help?" Seeing Zio hesitate without an answer, she laughed. "I'm a sequence 6 beyonder." Without waiting for Zio to speak, she looked around. "If you're worried, we can still seek additional help." What she meant was that she wanted to seek help from members on the tarot. Zio thought for a moment and exhaled. "There's no need for the time being. Let's give it a try first. Let's head out now and continue monitoring Viscount Stratford." "Now?" Furs was taken aback. "All right, but before that, I'll use the crystal ball to do some astrology to confirm the level of danger." After some work, she held the pure crystal ball in one hand. "There's a certain level of danger. P.S. seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1044. Empress Borough, the side of Viscount Stratford's mansion. The black-dressed Firs and Zio hid in a dark corner, staring at the tightly shut iron gate, patiently waiting for their target to appear. It wasn't raining tonight, so they didn't have to face the harsh environment. The carriage parked at the edge of the street light made them understand that the harvest would definitely come. It was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, the iron gate made a sound of metal rubbing against each other and slowly opened. A figure draped in a dark cloak flashed out from within. With his head lowered, he walked to the side of the rental carriage and boarded it with light movements. "Is it her?" Firs suppressed her voice and asked Zio. She didn't have the beyonder power to restore the other party's characteristics through descriptions, nor had she seen him before. She couldn't rely on her spiritual intuition or astrology to make a judgment. Zio nodded affirmatively. "Yes." As they whispered to each other, the rental carriage sped up and left the side door area. Zio immediately left the corner she was hiding in, prepared to use her beyonder powers as a sheriff and the enhancement to her physique as an interrogator to follow her target from afar by jogging. "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Firs pressed her shoulder and ruined her plan. "Tailing him." Zio looked back at her friend in puzzlement. Firs looked at the rental carriage that had yet to completely pull away from them and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on? Why are you following me? Also, didn't you say that the target would be protected by a rather powerful beyonder after entering the Bakelin Bridge area?" Yeah. Zio first answered the second question before saying, "Your question is so strange. Tracking is obviously to confirm the target's appearance, identity, background, and goal." Firs retracted her left hand from Zio's shoulder and revealed a smile. "Since the target has a rather powerful beyonder protecting her, it will be very difficult for us to complete the tracking in the Bakelin Bridge area. We won't be able to find her residence and figure out her real identity. Do you want to directly clash with that protector? Although you have my help, have you ascertained the opponent's strength? How confident were they? Would it be dangerous? Also, as soon as a battle breaks out, the target will certainly be alarmed. It's the same as stopping the carriage in advance and questioning it face to face. It will sabotage your most fundamental purpose and raise Viscount Stratford's wariness. He won't be caught in a dilemma, and you will have a chance to attack. There's a chance of failure if you do it. If you don't do it, you'll definitely fail." Zio emphasized that she knew the predicament she was in. All she wanted was to give it another try and find opportunities along the way. At this time, the rental carriage had already turned at the end of the road and entered the main street. Firs looked at its gradually disappearing figure and shook her head with a smile. "No, no, no, what we need to do is to change our way of thinking. We should try to figure out the target's appearance first. When the sun rises, we can use her appearance to go to the Bakelin Bridge area to do a routine investigation and gather intelligence from other sources." "Your choice of words is very professional," Zio said in thought. "Of course, I'm someone who has written detective novels." Firs responded without any modesty. "But how do we figure out the target's appearance without alarming her?" Zio raised the most critical question. Prepared, Firs took out Lamino's travels and said with a smile, "Very simple. Very simple. Use the psychological invisibility that Miss Justice recorded." Although Audrey didn't have the chance to use Lamino's travels, she had rented it 2 or 3 times out of curiosity. She studied the beyonder power's effects and characteristics, and she had recorded some of her beyonder powers in it. One of them was the rather practical psychological invisibility. As for her true identity, Zio and Firs were increasingly certain, but they didn't ask her in person, nor did they do any further investigations. This was the most basic form of respect for a tarot member. Upon hearing her friend's answer, Zio's train of thought became clear as she instantly had a few ideas. Firs continued speaking to herself. "That's right. By using this page of Beyonder Powers, you will be in the sensory blind spots of the surrounding creatures. Even if you were to appear in front of them, they wouldn't be able to see you. This way, you can directly board the carriage and walk in front of the target. You can openly look at her face and remember all her characteristics. Heh, I sometimes think that a person who uses psychological invisibility might be trampled to death by a large creature that happens to pass by if he's unlucky. Don't cause too much of a commotion later. Don't speak to the surrounding creatures either. That will attract attention, and psychological invisibility will automatically be dispelled. Okay. Zio nodded and raised another problem. How do I prevent the target from discovering that the carriage door has suddenly opened while it's in motion? Without waiting for Furz's answer, she immediately pressed, "Did you record the Beyonder Power door opening? Did you record the door opening Beyonder Power? What do you think?" Furz smiled as she handed Lamino's Travels to her friend. She also explained which pages psychological invisibility and door opening were on. After Zio memorized it, she immediately ran along the shadows on both sides of the road in pursuit of the rental carriage. Before long, she saw her target. With a gentle shake of her right hand, the bronze-green notebook revealed a yellowish-brown goatskin page. As her fingers gently slid across it, Zio seemed to see countless waves of light appear on the surface of the deep lake as they spread out. When her vision returned to normal, she sped up and quickly rushed to the side of the moving carriage. In order to confirm it, Zio didn't take action immediately. With a few large strides, she overtook the horse. She then turned around as though she was crossing the road, but the carriage driver didn't notice her. He didn't shout a warning, nor did he rein in the horse. After confirming that psychological invisibility was effective, Zio sped up and dodged the horse's charge before coming to the side of the carriage. After some observation, she flipped through Lamino's Travels, revealing a piece of white paper covered with strange patterns and symbols. Then, she extended her right hand and pressed it against the wall. Her figure instantly turned transparent as she appeared inside the carriage. The woman in the black cloak was sitting diagonally opposite her, looking at Zio's glass window, as though she was thinking about something. However, she ignored the bounty hunter who had suddenly barged in. At such a close distance, even though her cloak was pulled very low, Zio could still make out her face. Furthermore, she wasn't as careful as when she was walking outside. Her every move appeared rather casual, causing the cloak to shrink down to her eyes. Instantly, her appearance was reflected in Zio's eyes, overlapping with a face that retained male characteristics. This was the Beyonder Power of a sheriff. Zio's eyes widened as she couldn't help but shout, "Sherman?" She could foresee that the woman who frequented Viscount Stratford's residence was rather beautiful, but she never expected that she was her friend, Sherman, a young man. A man whose looks couldn't even be considered androgynous had now become so beautiful with such feminine charm. At that moment, Zio couldn't help but size up Sherman. She was unable to connect her figure to the young man she knew. If it wasn't for her Sheriff Beyonder Powers confirming that she was Sherman from her facial features, Zio would have definitely believed that she had recognized the wrong person. And even so, she still suspected that she wasn't Sherman, but Sherman's sister who shared the same father and mother. Upon hearing the surprised question, Sherman noticed that there was an additional person in the carriage at some point in time. It was a familiar person. Bounty hunter Zio Dericha. Having changed her name to Sherman, she was first horrified before she instinctively said the words that Trissy often mentioned. The present you can't be touched by someone you know from the past. Do you wish for your husband, the person you love, to know what you were like in the past? Only by completely severing all ties with the past can you obtain a new lease of life and be saved. Similar words quickly flashed through Shermane's mind, causing her to suddenly have a thought that even she herself was afraid of to appear in her heart. Kill her. This thought was like a devil that came from the abyss as it constantly whispered into Sherman's ears, echoing in her heart. Kill her. Kill the person who recognized you. Only by doing so can you truly escape from the past and not lose the present. Kill her. Sherman didn't answer Zio's question as she clenched her left hand that was placed by her side. She clenched it very slowly and with a slight tremble. Zio sensed strong emotional fluctuations from him and confirmed that he was Sherman. She then asked in concern, "What's wrong?" Immediately, she asked in concern, "How did you become like this? Where did you go all this time? Did something happen to him? Were you hurt?" Sherman's lips quivered a few times. She relaxed her left fist a little and spoke with a sobbing tone. With a sobbing tone, she said, "I've already begun a new life. Don't disturb me, all right? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see the people I knew in the past." The more she spoke, the faster she spoke, and the more obvious her pleading became. Zio was taken aback for a few seconds as she stared at Sherman and pursed her lips tightly. "All right." She didn't stay any longer as she reached out to open the carriage's glass window and jumped out. Sherman watched the entire process in silence before finally letting out a long sigh. She slumped in her seat as though she had lost all her strength. It wasn't easy for her to control the devil in her heart. At this moment, she saw a figure rapidly outline on the other side of her, appearing out of thin air. The figure was wearing a dark, old-fashioned dress, but it didn't ruin her sweet and gentle looks and bearing. Just sitting there without saying a word made it impossible to shift one's eyes away. "Demoness Trissy. Why didn't you kill her?" Trissy asked with a smile that didn't show any signs of gloom. It was as though she was chatting about what she had drunk the night before. "As she was one of the few people who didn't discriminate against me in the past. She even helped me." Sherman replied in shock before asking with a frown, "Why are you here?" Trissy smiled. "I'm protecting you." Without waiting for Sherman's response, she said, "You seemed to be in a good mood when you came out." Sherman recalled what had happened and revealed a hint of embarrassment. Maybe, I have a chance to be a mother." As she spoke, she touched her belly with her right hand as the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "I feel like he's kicking me. Sherman was suddenly taken aback as she blurted out in shock, "How can it be so fast?" She wasn't even sure if she could conceive a child today. Upon seeing her reaction, Trissy's smile became even more charming. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1045. How was it? Did you get a good look? Just as Furs left the street where Viscount Stratford's residence was, she saw Zio walk back with a gloomy expression. She looked a little lost. Zio nodded hesitantly. "I did." After saying that, she seemed to finally snap to her senses and said in shock, "I know her." "I know her, no, him?" Furs was confused. Zio habitually observed her surroundings before saying, "He's Sherman. The Sherman I told you about. He actually became a woman." Furs was taken aback when she heard that. She subconsciously asked, "Could it be that you got the wrong person? She's actually Sherman's sister?" Zio shook her head firmly. "No," she admitted it herself. "She even told me not to disturb her. She wants to completely bid farewell to her past." "But how did he become a woman?" Furs's eyes darted around as she suddenly recalled something. In thought, she said, "It's not impossible. There's a beyonder pathway that can turn a man into a woman at a certain stage." She remembered that Miss Justice had mentioned something similar in one of their free exchanges. Really?" Zio's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. "Yes." Furs had already recalled the exact details and gave a rather certain answer. Zio found it hard to accept, but she couldn't find a retort. All she could do was press, "Which pathway is it?" Furs replied, "Demoness. It's the assassin pathway." Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness. Zio muttered to herself. Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness. Zio muttered to herself. Demoness. Sherman actually became a demoness. Zio muttered to herself. Will she be used by someone? No, I have to warn her. Just as she said that, Zio turned around and ran with large strides in an attempt to catch up to the rental carriage. However, she didn't find her target even after chasing for a few streets. Sherman and the carriage seemed to have vanished into thin air. Zio gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She looked at the empty street in front of her with a complicated expression. Behind her, Furs passed through a few walls and finally caught up. Gone, Zio muttered. Furs similarly cast her gaze forward and replied thoughtfully, That's right. I've been discovered. Without waiting for Zio to say a word, she turned around and sighed. Let's go back and find another opportunity. Zio didn't take a step forward as she continued standing there. After a few seconds, under Furs's puzzled gaze, she said, Since they've discovered the problem, will they take action in advance? It's possible. If they don't want their plan to fail, they might try to make one last attempt tonight before we can prepare. Furs immediately agreed with Zio's judgment. Let's return to Viscount Stratford's place and crouch in a more secluded spot to continue monitoring. Zio immediately nodded and replied without any hesitation, That's right. All right. In the dock area, inside a warehouse filled with goods, Shermaine sat on the dirty wooden box with her hands behind her back. Thin but tough spider silk coiled around her body. It was as if she had been encased in a transparent cocoon, and she couldn't even make a sound. This isn't a bad thing for you. Trissy stood in front of Shermaine, holding a pitch-black flame in her hand. At the very least, you can determine if he really loves you or if he's lying to you. Shermaine was furious and horrified. She tried her best to plead with a whimper, but Trissy wasn't moved at all. She flipped her palm that held the pitch-black flame and pressed it against Shermaine's stomach. The flame seemed to have a mind of its own. It first dispersed like flowing water before penetrating the skin and flesh, as though it didn't have a physical form in an attempt to burrow inside. Trissy's smooth, raven-black hair fluttered in a manner that defied the laws of nature. It was pulled by invisible hands as it extended in every direction, causing the surrounding air to be tainted with a baffling smell. The strands of hair vaguely became thicker as they dispersed, each strand distinct. Deep beams of light surged out from beneath them, carrying curses and words as they rapidly flowed forward, fusing with the pitch-black flame and entering Shermaine's stomach before quickly vanishing. Shermaine's face twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't feel any pain. It was as though it was a purely instinctive reaction. She quickly calmed down and saw Trissy's body, who was dressed in a dark black dress, fade away bit by bit, gradually turning transparent until it vanished. Shermaine's pupils dilated as she struggled once again, but she was unable to escape her restraints. She exhausted herself again and again, only to begin again and again. It was as though a flood was rising in a silent warehouse, 1 centimeter at a time. After an unknown period of time, the warehouse's door opened with a bang, slamming into the walls on both sides. A figure staggered in. It was none other than the middle-aged Viscount Stratford. He didn't wear a white wig like he usually did when he went out. It revealed his rather high hairline and rather messy black hair. The latter was stuck together, as though it had been soaked by the storm and dried by the sun. But for the past few hours, the clouds had thinned and the crimson moon hung in the sky. It hadn't rained at all. On Viscount Stratford's face, droplets of sweat slid down his stiff necklines. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be countless black threads flowing. His body was slightly hunched, and his facial muscles were contorted. His eyes were filled with pain and worry. After surveying the area and discovering Shermaine, he was first delighted before turning anxious. He charged over, finding it difficult to maintain his balance, and when Shermaine saw him enter the warehouse, her face suddenly turned lively, as though it was covered in a layer of light. She then revealed a look of worry and horror as she frantically tried to shake her head. However, her neck was firmly held in place by the spider silk, preventing her from doing so. She turned even more anxious, to the point that tears seeped out of her eyes. One drop after another, they were crystalline and fragile. Just as Viscount Stratford was about to reach her, there was a loud bang between the two of them. It was as though there was an invisible wall that separated Viscount Stratford and Shermaine. It was impossible to cross. If you wish to remove the curse and take her away, answer my questions without hiding anything. At that moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in a corner of the warehouse. Her facial features were charming, and when combined, they were abnormally sweet. It was as though she was the lover every man dreamed of when they were young. She was none other than Demonis Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford's response, she raised her right hand, causing a pitch-black flame to shoot out. The exposed skin on Viscount Stratford's face, hands, and neck instantly became transparent, and blood vessels protruded one after another. And in every blood vessel black flames burned silently as they flowed silently. The pain in Viscount Stratford's eyes reached its peak at that moment, but it instantly vanished. His expression turned extremely cold as his eyes had a hint of mockery. It was as though the one being cursed wasn't him, but Trissy, who was a great distance away. In the corner of the warehouse, large amounts of black flames suddenly soared around Trissy, illuminating the dense, invisible spider silk. However, it was unable to ignite them. In an instant Trissy, like Shermaine, was sealed in a transparent cocoon. She was unable to move or escape. At a vent high above the warehouse, another figure appeared. It was a lady of unknown age. She wore a simple and holy white robe. She had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell. Trissy seemed to use all her strength to finally shout out a name. At that moment, Viscount Stratford grabbed at his body and pulled out an illusory doll that was wrapped in black flames. He shot a glance at Shermaine and turned to Trissy with a smile. "I've never been careless when it comes to matters that concern my life. After Sykes died, I knew that it would be my turn one day. You're hunting me, so of course there are others who wish to hunt you. We were very patient, afraid that we would scare you away. We didn't do anything and waited until today. Also, your gift isn't bad." Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's words, Shermaine, who was still struggling out of habit, stopped all her actions. Her expression was unprecedentedly lifeless. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no focus in them. It was as though she was sinking inch by inch into water. "Love." Trissy suddenly laughed as though she was mocking herself. She wasn't nervous or flustered at all. Mager Manor. It was already late at night. After arranging the lodgings for more than 20 guests and preparing for the next day's hunting activities, Klein suddenly woke up shortly after he fell asleep. His intuition was triggered as he outlined a scene in his mind. Major General Conas Kilgore, who was dressed in a shirt and trousers, flew out from the guest room's window and floated out in violation of the laws of nature. I haven't even done anything yet. He has his own motives for coming here. With a thought, Klein controlled a cockroach outside and turned it into a marionette. He used its eyes to observe his surroundings. Almost at the same time, Conas Kilgore appeared. After this demigod left Mager Manor, he immediately messed up the distance and quickly arrived at the bank of the Tussock River in preparation to cross it. The cockroach looked on quietly and didn't react. He's going to the south bank of the Tussock River. What does he want to do? He likes to hunt in the suburbs. Could it be to conceal such actions? This is also the reason why he introduced me to Mager Manor? Klein lay in bed and seriously analyzed Conas's actions. When the Mi-9 demigod truly stepped onto the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he escaped from the underground ruins wherein Zangwill and company were, he had appeared northwest of Bakeland on the south bank of the Tussock River. It wasn't too far from where Mager Manor was. Chapter 1046. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly switched places with his valet, Enuni, who was in the room next door. And under the grapevines about 150 meters away from the manor's main house, A centipede that was slowly crawling suddenly stiffened before relaxing. Almost at the same time, its figure vanished, and Don Dantes appeared in his blue and white checkered pajamas. Klein had switched places with his marionette again. He decided to use this method to secretly tail Kona's Kilgore and figure out where he was going and what he was planning to do. Although this way, he could only teleport 150 meters at a time, and every activation required a gap of 2 to 3 seconds, including the process of turning into a marionette. Compared to flaming jump and traveling teleportation, it was sufficiently stealthy and silent. It was very difficult for Kona's Kilgore to discover him. After all, he was a demigod. Even if he wasn't good at things like spiritual intuition, he was still a demigod. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. By the same logic, the reason why Klein didn't rely on creeping hunger to hide in the shadows was because, despite being stealthy, his speed was relatively slow. It was impossible for him to chase up to a demigod. In the deep night, from Mager Manor to the south bank of the Tussock River, the rats, venomous snakes, spiders, and fish that swam between the tree roots and the rocks turned stiff and sluggish. One marionette after another transformed. With their help, Klein constantly teleported without causing any commotion. Soon, he arrived at the south bank of the Tussock River and chased after Kona's Kilgore, maintaining a distance of nearly a kilometer. To a Bizarro sorcerer, even if his marionette left his control range, he wouldn't be released from his controlled state and die on the spot. Without a Bizarro sorcerer's consciousness catalyzing it, this process was rather slow, taking nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that he would lose Inuni, who was lying on his bed, due to his tailing. As long as he could return within 10 minutes, he could continue controlling his marionette. Silently, Klein followed Kona's Kilgore up the Tussock River, passed through a dense forest, and climbed up a mountain beside the shore. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore, who wasn't wearing a vest or coat, suddenly stopped and checked his surroundings. He gradually expanded his perimeter as though he was marking out his territory. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately switched positions with his marionette and continuously retreated, opening up a distance of nearly 3 kilometers between him and the MI9 deputy director. At the same time, he took the initiative to give up his control over the marionettes in front of him. The death of a few worms wouldn't arouse suspicion. This was too common in the outskirts and forest. King of the Five Seas, Nast, was able to create a combat environment that was beneficial to him. Could Kona's Kilgore, who was also a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, have the ability to mark out an area, tamper with, add to, or use certain rules to make a stalker expose their whereabouts the moment they enter, preventing them from hiding? Very likely. Vigilantly, Klein took out a gold coin from the pocket of his pajamas and spun it between his fingers. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength so that there was no clanging sound. The gold coin silently flew up and then fell back into his palm. Without needing to lower his head, Klein's mind naturally reflected the gold coin's state. The king's portrait is facing up. This means that there's an anomaly in the area ahead. There's a very high risk, as expected of a demigod. Such powers are truly enviable. However, does he think he can escape my tracking just like that? Klein scoffed inwardly and retreated dozens of meters. He found an abnormally quiet spot and turned himself into German Sparrow. Right on the heels of that, he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth. He whispered, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous." After praying, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He sat in the fool's seat and beckoned for the white-boned staff with a ring of blue gems embedded at its tip. Then, with the help of his prayer light and the sea god Scepter's response to his believers, he saw the situation in the area where German Sparrow was. He then took the initiative to raise his field of vision, allowing the nearby scene to enter his field of vision. With that as a base, he expanded his surroundings by 5 nautical miles. This was the limit of the range that the sea god's scepter could observe with the prayers of his believers. This way, the area that Kona's Kilgore had marked out, where nothing could escape his senses, appeared in Klein's line of sight. At the dock, in the warehouse filled with goods. Love. After Trissy chuckled, her figure suddenly turned faint and was dyed with the luster of a lake at night. In an instant, she was wrapped in layers of demoness of an aging Katerina Perlman's spider silk. She was bound tightly and turned into an illusory mirror. It was a full-body mirror that was taller than a person. Inside, aqueous light fluctuated as a dark glow appeared, as though it was a door that led to another world. At that moment, it didn't reflect the scene in front of it. Instead, it outlined a room. The room was hazy and dark. The bed and furniture had been sliced into countless neat pieces that were scattered everywhere. Only the central area was clean, without even a speck of dust. Trissy stood there, wearing a dark and gloomy black dress. Her smooth hair cascaded down and fluttered in the wind. It accentuated her abnormally fair face, making her look like a female ghost from folklore. She wasn't present at the scene. Instead, with the help of the illusory mirror, she had projected her figure and strength from an unknown distance away. It was as though she was real. Therefore, she wasn't flustered at all when she was being controlled and hunted. Upon seeing this situation, Katerina Perlman, who was dressed in a simple holy white robe, didn't hesitate at all as she let out a sharp scream. Invisible sound waves rapidly spread out as her hair fluttered. Each strand was distinct and thick. Furthermore, it was dyed with a dull grayish-white color. The illusory full-body mirror suddenly shook violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. And in the messy room it illuminated, the bed, desk, and chair fragments turned grayish-white and lost their luster. They looked like rocks. In front of Trissy, the brownish-yellow floor also turned into grayish-white rock. They quickly extended towards the only human in the room like a surging tide. Trissy didn't attempt to resist. She immediately turned around and waved her hand as she pounced towards the open window. In midair, invisible spider silk that belonged to her appeared. All of them turned dim and evolved in the direction of grayish-white. At the same time, cracks appeared one after another on the dark and deep full-body mirror. With illusory gotcha sounds, it collapsed and directly disappeared. However, before the full-body mirror completely disappeared, the grayish-white color in the completely petrified room strangely flowed backward, condensing into a figure. The figure was dressed in a simple and holy white robe. She had lustrous raven-black hair and a pair of blue eyes that looked mature and innocent. She was none other than the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who had just been in the warehouse. As the dark light dissipated, Viscount Stratford could no longer see the situation in the room opposite him. He retracted his gaze and cast it at Charmaine. The look in his eyes turned slightly complicated before returning to normal. Trissy sure is patient. In order to deal with me, she actually spent several months nurturing a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head and chuckled. What does she want you to obtain from me? At that moment, with the connection with Trissy severed, the spider silk around Charmaine had already relaxed. It was no longer able to bind her or restrict her movements. This beautiful girl wore a blank expression as she replied with empty eyes. She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford to speak, her eyes suffused an indescribable glint. She hesitantly asked, She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to. How many of the promises you've made to me, how many of them are true? Viscount Stratford was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. You're probably the most foolish and naive which I've ever seen. Charmaine's expression froze on her face. The light in her eyes, which she had regained after much difficulty, dimmed bit by bit. Outside the warehouse, in another direction, Zio and Furs were hiding in the shadows, observing the silent target area. They had followed Viscount Stratford here. Their patience paid off. They found that the captain of the Royal Guards had left the mansion in the dead of night and was rushing to the dock area near the Bakeland Bridge. With Zio's sheriff powers, they chased after him from a great distance and confirmed that Viscount Stratford had entered the warehouse in front of them. In addition, they also noticed that Viscount Stratford wasn't in a good state. He seemed to be injured. Actually, we had the chance to make a move on the way. Furs looked at the warehouse door and muttered. Zio didn't even turn her head. But you yourself said that you had a nagging feeling that things weren't that simple. You wanted to wait a little longer. This might be an astrologer's intuition, or it might be a sign of stalling. Furs said in a self-deprecating manner. They didn't say anything else as they returned to silence and continued waiting patiently. At this moment, a pitch-black flame suddenly ignited on the ground in front of them. This strange flame rapidly split apart as it stuck to the ground and flowed in all directions, outlining a line of Ruan text. The opportunity you've been yearning for is here. Zio and Furz's pupils dilated at the same time as they exchanged looks, unsure of how to react or what to say. After a few seconds, Furz finally couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Chapter 1047. Upon hearing Furz's question, Zio hesitated for a moment. "We've been discovered," they had said something similar before, but now that they repeated it, they expressed a completely different meaning. Previously, they were pointing out that Sherman's identity had been discovered by Sherman's secret protector or monitor. Now, the main point was that their choices and corresponding actions were all within the expectations or arrangements of the person behind the scenes. There was no secret to speak of. This meant that the opportunity Zio longed for might really appear, but it was impossible to guess what was hidden behind it. If we follow the intentions of the person who left the message, the final outcome will be completely dependent on her goodwill. And that's something we can't control, Zio added from a rational point of view. The reason why she used she to represent the person behind the scenes was that she recalled the sweet fragrance she smelled when she left Sherman behind. Furz listened quietly and nodded in agreement. Yes, we've been too passive in this whole situation. The best choice is to leave this place. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the warehouse and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. She thought of Sherman's possible situation and suspected that he was in deep danger, but in the end she deliberately ignored it and did not mention it. To her, Sherman was only a person who existed in Zio's description. He was no different from a character in a novel. If she had the ability and the opportunity to save him, she would be willing to do so. However, she definitely wouldn't consider the risk of making her friend rash and putting her life in danger. Zio nodded. "All right, we'll leave now. However, the person who left the message definitely won't be happy to see us do this. There will definitely be some obstructions. How about this? We'll escape in different directions so that he can only choose one side. Whoever successfully leaves this area will immediately cause a commotion and attract the official Beyonders." "Why don't you just create a commotion here?" Furz asked subconsciously. "This will definitely be stopped or destroyed." Zio gave her reason. Furz nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. All right, let's not delay any longer. Let's begin." Zio didn't say another word as she held a triangular blade that was so transparent that it was nearly invisible. With her back bent, she jumped out of her hiding spot and ran out of the dock along the shadowy area. Through Ma M. Hermit of the Tarot, she had spent £500 to commission an artisan to create a mystical item using the dust and remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. It was called Wintry Blade. Anyone who was hit by this weapon, even if it was just a touch, would fall into a frozen rigidity. Even their thoughts were out of control, as if they were possessed by a vengeful spirit. At the same time, once the battle continued, even if the enemy of the Wintry Blade did not have direct contact with this triangular stinger, their thoughts would gradually slow down and their movements would become stiff. On the other hand, the negative effect of the chilling blade was relatively less terrifying. There was only one negative effect, which was to make the user's body lose its temperature bit by bit and turn into an undead. Once the time limit was exceeded, the process would be irreversible. Therefore, Zio had been enjoying running or riding her bicycle more and more recently, so as to generate heat to fight against the loss of temperature. But even so, all she did was increase the time it took for the chilling blade to leave her body from 3 hours to 4 hours. After running for a distance, Zio looked back and realized that Furs had already passed through the wall and vanished from her previous hiding spot. After staring for 2 seconds, Zio bit her lip, turned around abruptly, and changed directions. She was heading straight for the warehouse. Soon, she arrived at the side of her destination, but she wasn't in a rush to head for the entrance. She looked up, as if she was searching for another passageway, one that was more hidden and unnoticed by the people inside. At this moment, she turned her head sharply and saw a figure flash over from the corner of the wall. The figure was dressed in a black dress and had slightly curly brown hair and a pair of light blue eyes. It was none other than Furs Wall. "Didn't you leave?" Amidst her surprise, Zio didn't forget to suppress her voice. Furs curled the corners of her mouth. "Weren't you also fleeing this place?" Zio was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she asked, "How did you realize? You actually didn't mention anything about Sherman. This isn't like you at all. I've already prepared a reason to persuade you." Furs replied quickly. Zio was taken aback as she said with a complicated expression, "There's no need for you to return." Furs ignored her as she pressed the wall to the side of the warehouse. "If you continue talking, perhaps we won't have to be troubled over this matter because it's already over. I actually didn't think of such a good solution. I should have directly said it and insisted on rescuing him with you. As for you, you definitely would have dissuaded me and refused to agree. You would have just wanted to act on your own. If we repeated this a few times, the matter would have ended by itself." Zio gave her friend a deep look. Without any hesitation, she raised Chilling Blade and stood beside her. Furs immediately flipped through Lamino's travels, augmenting herself and her friend with some beyonder effect. Then, she put away the spellbook and grabbed Zio's arm with one hand, pressing the other against the wall. Just as Zio was waiting to open the door to enter, she realized that Furs didn't immediately activate her powers. The best-selling author took a deep breath and quickly said, "After entering, we'll first hide and observe. We'll take action when we're certain that there's a chance. If there's really no chance or if we can't grasp the opportunity, we'll quickly leave. That way, we can at least avenge Sherman and not be buried with him. Only by being alive will there be all sorts of possibilities." Zio immediately nodded and replied solemnly, "Yes. All right." Furs wished to say a few more words, but considering that they had already wasted some time, she couldn't delay any further. All she could do was open the illusory door and pass through the wall with Zio, arriving behind a row of wooden crates. She, who was no longer inexperienced with such actions, instinctively crouched down and pulled out Lamino's travels, flipping to one of the pages. Similarly, Zio didn't rush deep into the warehouse. She bent her back and placed her eyes between the wooden crates to observe the situation in the empty area. The female Sherman sat lifelessly on a wooden box. Her brown hair seemed to be blown by the wind as it swayed gently. Standing in front of her was Viscount Stratford. The captain of the Royal Guards tightened his collar and surveyed the area, seemingly looking at something. "Unfortunately, you're only a demoness. Don't worry. I'll let you die without any pain. I'll let you be completely purified." As he spoke, he took out an item from his inner pocket. Zio used the enhanced vision of the interrogator potion to clearly see the item. It was a cross that was stained with bronze. There were a few spikes protruding from it as though they had once pierced through someone. Its style and characteristics were something none of the countries in the Fifth Epoch's northern continent had. It presented an ancient charm. Very good. You know that resistance is useless. As Viscount Stratford spoke, he pressed one of the fingers that held the bronze cross onto one of the spikes. His bright red blood immediately flowed out and was absorbed by the spike, seeping into the item. The mottled bronze on the cross's surface began to disintegrate as it rapidly peeled off, revealing the corporeal object condensed from light beneath. In just a second or two, the item in Viscount Stratford's hand had turned into a radiant cross. It emitted a pure and flawless light, illuminating the surrounding area abnormally bright. The shadow of the wooden crate rapidly receded as the dark spots on the wall rapidly evaporated like water. Beside Charmaine, the countless spider webs that belonged to Trissy floated up as though they were struggling in a fire. In a few moments they melted away. The light grew brighter, but it wasn't blinding at all. Black flames and crystalline ice spewed out of Charmaine's body. They turned faint under the illumination and turned transparent until they vanished. In the vicinity of the radiant cross, there were no evil existences, nor was there any remnant of darkness. Upon seeing Sherman's expression begin to warp, Zio couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs. She could clearly sense how terrifying the radiant cross was. She began to waver in her decision to save her. Furs also noticed what was happening. She pointed at Lamino's travels, raised her left index finger, and whispered into Zio's ear, "Don't worry, Lamino's travels." She whispered into Zio's ear, "There's only one chance. I'll do my best to help you create it. If it doesn't succeed, or if you can't grasp it, we'll give up." Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded solemnly. Furs immediately straightened her body and flipped Lamino's travels to a charred page. This page was filled with all sorts of complicated, distorted, and indescribable symbols and labels. It gave one the feeling of howling winds. Demigod power of the sailor pathway, hurricane. After observing her surroundings again, and confirming that there were no other enemies, Furs's gaze pierced through the gaps in the wooden crate and locked onto Viscount Stratford. She nimbly slid her finger across the charred page. With a loud boom, a visible hurricane stirred up from beneath Viscount Stratford's feet as it surged into the sky. Having suddenly suffered such a terrifying attack, the captain of the Royal Guards was unable to maintain his balance. He was lifted up by the hurricane and slammed into the warehouse's roof. Boom! The warehouse's roof was torn apart by the hurricane as a portion of it collapsed downward. The remaining portion spun in the wind as it rose higher and higher. Viscount Stratford nearly fainted from the impact. He could no longer hold on to the radiant cross as he allowed it to fly out of his palm. The spike separated from the corresponding finger with a smear of blood as a mottled bronze green covered the cross's surface once again. The flawless radiance then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Zio didn't hesitate to rush out of her hiding spot. Her eyes first reflected Viscount Stratford's figure before two blinding bolts of lightning lit up. Psychic Piercing. Chapter 1048. Amidst the raging hurricane, Viscount Stratford was like a helpless leaf that had been blown down, one that could be torn to shreds at any moment. In such a state, he couldn't react at all, much less speak. All he could do was rely on his disciplinary paladin's powerful body to barely hold on, hoping that he wouldn't lose an arm or a head in the terrifying hurricane. He originally believed that his hunt was a success and that he was about to capture Trissy. Furthermore, he was extremely certain that she didn't have any helpers. Therefore, he had placed all his attention on Charmaine. To his surprise, he had suddenly become prey, falling into a trap without any warning. Seeing that the hurricane was beginning to weaken, and that he had only suffered some damage from the impact without suffering any fatal injuries, Viscount Stratford hurriedly attempted to control his body to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his head, as though a sharp dagger had stabbed into it and stirred it a few times. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar to Viscount Stratford. This was because although he had never experienced it directly, he had attempted, it on many targets and observed their reactions. This was a beyonder power he had once been most adept at using. Psychic piercing. Bang. Having suffered an attack, Viscount Stratford, who had failed to adjust his body's condition, slammed heavily to the ground. The bronze cross fell several meters away with a clang. Tap, 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 tap. With wintry blade in hand, Zio strode forward and charged at Viscount Stratford, who was struggling to stand up in a daze. As for Furs, she had already skillfully flipped through Lamino's travels before Zio rushed out. She unfurled it to a page that resembled a goatskin parchment. As her fingers moved, the shadows that had appeared around Viscount Stratford came alive once again. They condensed into black chains that coiled around the target, binding him tightly. Viscount Stratford, who had just recovered and regained his senses, didn't even have the time to choose a punishing target and forbid certain things when he lost his freedom once again. Even his mouth was bound with a shadow chain. Abyss shackles. The abyss shackles that originated from the sanguine or mid-sequence beyonders of the moon pathway. After using it once, Furs was rather fond of this beyonder power. She found it very practical, so she later spent gold pounds to get Mr. Moon, who had already become a viscount, to make the corresponding records. Bang! At this moment, Viscount Stratford suddenly erupted with strength that exceeded his previous strength, shattering the shadow chains. He chose the binding around him as the target of punishment. But at this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of him like a high-speed steam locomotive. With a whoosh, she threw out the transparent triangular dagger. With a puff, the wintry blade stabbed into the target's abdomen. Viscount Stratford's body stiffened once more as his eyes glazed over, as though he had turned into an ice sculpture. Zio released her hand, allowing the wintry blade to stab into the captain's stomach. It was as though she wanted the wraith on the weapon to continue possessing the target and forcefully control him. Then, she swung her arm, clenched her fist, and smashed it below Viscount Stratford's ear. Under the double blow, Viscount Stratford fainted without even a grunt, his stiff body collapsing once more. After completing this strike, Zio left her back to Furs. She walked past the swaying Viscount Stratford, who had the wintry blade in his stomach, and ran towards Sherman, who was still sitting on the wooden crate. Furs flipped through Lamino's travels once again, using another beyonder power to add another layer of binding to Viscount Stratford. Then, she walked out of the row of wooden crates she was hiding in and approached the ancient bronze cross. The scene she had just seen made her suspect that it was an item at the demigod level. According to the official beyonders, it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. And the process of Viscount Stratford carrying it and using it made her believe that the negative effects of the cross weren't that direct. She could attempt to pick it up. Of course, as a former astrologer, Furs took out the pure crystal ball as she walked and quickly did a divination. No problem. Furs glanced at the outcome and sped up her pace. At this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of Sherman. Looking at her friend who had become rather beautiful, she was momentarily at a loss for words. In her eyes there was something wrong with Sherman's state. This demoness hair was all fluttering, and every strand had turned thick like thin snakes. At the tip of the thin snakes, some had eyes, while others had their mouths split open. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. On Sherman's face, mysterious patterns that resembled black paint seeped out from her skin as they rapidly spread throughout her body. Her slightly hollow eyes quickly reflected Zio's appearance as she gradually regained some of her luster. There was a hint of confusion and pain in her eyes. She immediately opened her mouth and stuttered, "Zio? I'm in so much pain, Zio. I'm in so much pain." Zio's vision blurred. Although she had a lot of general knowledge regarding the details of the mysterious world, after all, Tarot's discussions were too high-end, and MI9's information was biased towards secret organizations, she still knew quite a bit about losing control. In the circles of unaffiliated beyonders, this was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, Zio knew that Sherman had already begun to lose control. It was irreversible, and it would only worsen. Sherman seemed to realize her state. She panted and revealed a poignant smile as she spoke with great difficulty. "Kill me. I've done many wrong things that I need to repent for. I've also obtained what I wanted." Zio's tears dripped down. Without any hesitation, she pulled out her backup weapon, an ordinary revolver. She then pressed the revolver against Sherman's forehead. Sherman smiled as a charming luster appeared in her eyes once again. Call me Sherman, Sherman." Zio's face couldn't help but scrunch up as her eyes turned misty. Bang, bang, bang. She repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets inside. Flowers bloomed one after another, red and beautiful. Upon seeing this scene, Furs subconsciously pursed her lip. 2 seconds later, she let out a long sigh, bent down, and extended her hand towards the bronze cross. The moment her fingers touched the item, it was as though she had touched a flame. It was hot and scorching, burning her soul. Furs instinctively retracted her hand, alarmed and puzzled. She remembered that Viscount Stratford had never acted in such a manner before. As her thoughts raced, Furs glanced at Viscount Stratford and kicked the bronze cross towards the nearby Zio. "Give it a try. Also, we have to leave immediately. The commotion just now will definitely attract the official Beyonders. Also, who knows what the person who left the message will do." Zio's eyes were red as she didn't say a word. She bent down and picked up the bronze cross. Throughout the entire process, she didn't show any signs of discomfort. Furs didn't ask any questions as she walked to the stiff Viscount Stratford's side and warily looked around. After Zio put away the bronze cross, she carried Sherman's corpse and took 2 steps back to Viscount Stratford's side. "That item is very precious, and his status is also very important. We will definitely become the targets of the royal family's pursuit. We have to interfere." Furs looked down at Viscount Stratford as she muttered to herself in thought. She quickly made a decision. She raised her hands, lowered her head, and piously chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She didn't believe that giving up the bronze cross for her and Zio would reduce their importance, preventing the royal family from pursuing them. Therefore, without any hesitation, she directly prayed for Mr. Fool's help. To her, even sacrificing the item to Mr. Fool was better than staying at the scene. Almost at the same time, she saw a holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back. This angel released a phantom and descended from the sky, using its flaming wings to wrap around her and Zio. After this scene vanished, Furs was just about to say something when her body suddenly trembled. She sensed a terrifying and evil feeling flowing out of the void. Her eyes focused as she squatted down without any hesitation. She reached out her hands and grabbed Zio and Viscount Stratford's calves. At the same time, on the bracelet she wore on her wrist, the last dark green stone with burn marks emitted a light blue and illusory glow. In an instant, Furs, Zio, Viscount Stratford, and Sherman's figures turned transparent as they vanished from their spots. In the blink of an eye, they had left the dock area and appeared in the outskirts of St. George Borough. During this process, Furs had also used her Beyonder powers as a scribe to successfully copy a journey. After observing her surroundings and confirming that there was no one around and that it was a mountain forest, Furs released her grip on Zio and Viscount Stratford's calves and straightened her body. With Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, there shouldn't be any danger. The person who left the message definitely won't be able to lock onto us. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and said with some lingering fear, "The one that descended in the end was at least a saint." "Thankfully, we escaped quickly." Zio gently put down Sherman's corpse and said in thought, "If the person who left the message is Sherman's supervisor, then she might have already investigated where we live. We can't return there again. Yes, let's change locations." Following that, Furs cast her gaze at the unconscious and stiff Viscount Stratford. "You can question them now. Make haste." As she spoke, she handed Lamino's travels to Zio and exhorted, there's mind reading on it. Use it with candlelight. Also, start with the simple and unimportant questions to lower your resistance. Zio received the spellbook with a solemn expression when her wrist suddenly trembled. She couldn't hold on to Lamino's travels any longer. But, bronze green. The notebook fell to the ground as Zio frowned. It's like a flame. Furs had similar experiences, so after some thought she said, try throwing that cross away. Zio followed her suggestion and successfully picked up Lamino's travels. It repels other mystical items. Upon seeing this scene, Furs nodded slightly. Zio didn't harp on the problem as she quickly prepared a lit candle. Then, she pulled out Wintry Blade, making Viscount Stratford no longer turn stiff and sluggish as though he had been possessed by a wraith. When the captain of the Royal Guards slowly woke up, she triggered the corresponding page of the notebook. Viscount Stratford instantly turned dazed, as all that was left in his eyes was the dim yellow candle flame. Why did Sherman approach you? Zio asked the question she had thought of. Viscount Stratford answered blankly. She wants to investigate who I'm loyal to. Zio was taken aback as she instinctively asked, Who are you really loyal to? Viscount Stratford said slowly. Of course it's His Majesty. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1049. His Majesty. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's answer, Zio was momentarily at a loss as she was filled with questions. She found it hard to understand why Shermaine would deliberately approach the captain of the Royal Guards just to find out who he was loyal to. It did not seem to be something too important or valuable. As for Viscount Stratford's answer, it was very orthodox, and there was nothing wrong with it. Shermaine sacrificed her life just to get an answer like that? Zio originally wanted to ask about Shermaine's motive for investigating that trivial matter, but she instantly realized that it would be too quick to touch on the core information, making Viscount Stratford, who had yet to enter his state, resist. Hence, she temporarily held back her impulse. She pondered for a moment, then asked, Do you know Mason Dill? Yes, Viscount Stratford replied in a daze. Zio Dericha continued to raise a simpler and less important question. Who is he? He's the former chief of the Royal Guards. Viscount Stratford only answered the question and didn't elaborate further. At this moment, Furs didn't listen to the mind-reading, that was still at a superficial stage. She took out the pure crystal ball and placed it in Zio's pocket. After transferring the items, she bent down again and carefully tried to pick up the bronze cross. This time, as her fingers trembled slightly, the feeling of burning her soul did not come through her touch, allowing her to easily pick up the item with a few spikes. Indeed, this cross will repel all mystical items other than itself. It won't tolerate their existence. I still have the remnant spirituality of the moon paper figurine and the ancient wraiths, but it doesn't have any reaction. This means that it doesn't reject items that don't contain Beyonder characteristic. It doesn't reject spirituality and power? If that's the case, will it also reject the Beyonder characteristic in my body, but it won't be that obvious. This is another negative effect of it that needs a certain amount of time to appear? Furs had a rough idea of the bronze cross and cautiously put it into the secret bag containing the various ritual materials. After doing this, Furs looked down at the silver bracelet on her wrist and confirmed that it was empty. There were no more decorations hanging on it. She had used up all 5 of her stones that could teleport people. However, Furs wasn't as terrified as she used to be. Although she was already certain that the full moon's ravings would become clearer and more terrifying with each depletion of the stone, she also knew that with Mr. Fool's help, this wouldn't be a problem. In the past year, if it wasn't for the fact that she had to stay above the gray fog for a short period of time during every full moon or blood moon, she would have forgotten that she was still suffering the torture of the full moon's ravings. I hope that one day this curse will completely disappear. Furs couldn't help but sigh as she retracted her gaze from the silver bracelet that was gradually dimming. She then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool in her heart. No matter what his true purpose is, he has at least saved me time and time again, not just with the full moon ravings. This cross doesn't seem to be of a low level. I wonder if Mr. Fool will be interested in it and if he's willing to accept my sacrifice. Previously, I didn't have any good items or information, so I was unable to repay that kindness. Now, I finally see a possibility. This is a shared spoil of war. I only have half. I wonder if Mr. Fool is willing to accept a sacrifice that only gives him half. No, Zio was also saved by Mr. Fool before, I might even be able to please Mr. Fool because of this. If he is satisfied, he might bestow a few Beyonder powers for me to record in Lamino's travels. No, Lamino's travels definitely can't record the powers of a deity. It won't be able to bear Mr. Fool's powers. Yes, the powers of an angel under him can do it too. No. I can't be too greedy. Even if I can get Mr. World to copy a few powers, I'll be very satisfied. Furza's thoughts wandered as she had a dreamy look of anticipation. This was the instinct of a best-selling author. As for why she didn't look forward to anything else but the records of Beyonder powers, it was because she had a deep understanding of the importance and terror of demigod-level Beyonder powers today. If Lamino's travels hadn't copied Tornado, she and Zio wouldn't have been able to capture Viscount Stratford tonight. They might not even have been able to escape successfully. Even without the Bronze Cross, Viscount Stratford was a rather powerful Beyonder. If he hadn't been injured by Tornado from the beginning, causing him to feel dizzy from the fall, their sneak attack wouldn't have had the desired effect. There was a high chance that they would have suffered a counterattack. Of course, separating the terrifying Radiant Cross from Viscount Stratford was the key to the outcome of the short battle tonight. And it was also thanks to Tornado. On careful thought, in a less pressing environment, under the premise of removing the Bronze Cross and the Travels' demigod-level powers, it's not impossible for Zio and I to defeat Viscount Stratford by joining forces. We might even have a high chance of winning. The variety and reasonable combination of the Beyonder powers in the Travels is truly very powerful. Together with Zio's psychic piercing powers and Wintry Blade's effects, as well as the direct combat, Viscount Stratford's defeat would only be a reasonable outcome if he didn't have any special mystical items. A living scribe with rich experience is actually this powerful. The more Furs thought about it, the stranger she felt. It was that she had probably become a little more powerful. Back when she dealt with the ancient wraith, she already had a similar understanding. However, she later suffered a strange corruption, leaving her with a lingering fear. She didn't think too deeply about it. Back when she punished the sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar, she and Zio hadn't participated in the actual battle, so they naturally didn't measure their strength. And this time, their enemy, Viscount Stratford, was the captain of the Royal Guards of the Rouen royal family. He was at least a Sequence 6 with a high chance of being a Sequence 5. Furthermore, he wielded a demigod-level item, so the difference in strength was rather clear. This allowed Furs to instantly determine her level in the Beyonder world. Although the reason for their victory was mostly due to their sneak attack, the possibility of a successful sneak attack was also a manifestation of their strength. I'm already a scribe. After matching my powers with Lamino's travels, I'm almost equivalent to a rather powerful Sequence 5. The only problem is that I'm still lacking in experience. As Furs reflected, she cast her gaze at Zio and Viscount Stratford and continued listening to their questions and answers. At that moment, Zio's question had already entered a core region that could easily cause resistance. What caused Mason Deer's death? After asking this question, Zio's emotions suddenly became extremely complicated. She felt anticipation, unease, excitement, and fear. This was the question she had wanted to ask 8 years ago. In the past 3,000 days and nights, she had been searching for the answer, but she was afraid that the answer was not what she wanted. She was afraid that her father had indeed participated in the rebellion and had been executed for it, without any honor to speak of. Viscount Stratford didn't immediately answer Zio's question. He discovered His Majesty's secret and wanted to inform the three major churches. He failed and was executed on the spot. Zio was stunned for a few seconds before finally confirming that she had obtained the answer. Although this answer frightened her, it allowed her heart to return to its original position and settle down. Secret. His Majesty's secret, she whispered to herself and asked in an urgent manner. What secret is it? Furs, who was next to her, was also stunned. She didn't expect things to develop to this extent. At that moment, Viscount Stratford's facial muscles visibly contorted as he spat out a few words with great difficulty. That secret is, suddenly, his body trembled violently as his dazed eyes regained their luster. Right on the heels of that, he disintegrated from the most minute of structures, instantly turning into a firework. The blood-colored firework shot into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night and reflecting into Furza's and Zio's eyes. With her previous experience, Furza's gaze faltered. Without another word, she immediately squatted down and grabbed Charmaine's corpse and Zio's calves. Their figures quickly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot, teleporting to the south of the bridge. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, also saw the firework that dyed the sky red. Back when Furs was praying to him, he happened to be observing Konas Kilgore's actions in the majestic palace. In passing, he had stored the red priest card and summoned the paper figurine he had cut. He used the powers of the mysterious space to respond. During this process, he discovered that the person lying beside the magicians and misjudgment was Viscount Stratford. This was a target that he paid close attention to. Although he didn't personally investigate him, he knew that there was something wrong with him. He knew that Demonistrisi was targeting him, so he remembered the corresponding looks and characteristics at a ball. Klein didn't know what the two tarot members were up to, but since it involved Viscount Stratford, he definitely wouldn't ignore the importance. He directly used the corresponding crimson star to observe the subsequent encounters of the magicians and misjudgment. After advancing to a demigod and obtaining more authority here, Klein could use the corresponding crimson star to directly investigate the situation in the surrounding area without the need for the tarot members to pray. This was similar to a believer that had been specially marked. However, Klein restrained himself from doing so and had never attempted it before. This allowed him to hear Zio and Viscount Stratford's conversation, and as someone who knew the inside story, he knew very well the true meaning and weight of the question of loyalty. Combined with the fact that the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, had discovered the king's secret and had failed in his attempt to inform the three churches, Klein had a guess about the answer. He suspected that the greatest culprit behind the great smog of Bakeland was the King of Rouen, George III. Chapter 1050. Above the grey fog, inside the palace, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, stared at the dark emperor and tyrant cards on the table in front of him with a solemn expression. Although Viscount Stratford's answer only proved that King George III was hiding a huge secret and had played a key role in the great smog of Bakeland, making him likely the greatest culprit, it didn't prove that he was the mastermind behind everything. After all, he could also be a puppet. But to Klein, that was enough. The target was extremely clear, and he had clues to investigate what they were plotting. Seeing that the magicians and misjudgment were far away from the anomaly and that their safety was basically guaranteed, Klein retracted his gaze and continued observing the actions of MI9's deputy director, Konas Kilgore, through the prayer point of light. After a while, Konas Kilgore, who had marked the territory and confirmed that no one was tailing him, walked to a mountain wall and took out an item. His entire body was tainted with a ghostly blue glow as he gradually turned hazy and blurry. Then, he vanished into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. It's a rather special type of traveling. Through a fixed ritual and item, it achieves a point-to-point teleportation within a very short range. Back when I came out of the underground ruins wherein Zangwill was, I also passed through a similar door. Yes, this place isn't too far from the mountain where Mr. A pursued me. This kind of setup is very suitable for areas that need to be kept secret. Without permission from the inside, it won't have any effect even if I hold an item to activate it. And once something goes wrong, destroying the corresponding ritual can prevent the enemy from entering, preventing them from finding the exact location. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Combined with Viscount Stratford's confession, he initially believed that the king's secret and the scheme of the three families were hidden deep in the underground ruins. As long as he could enter and carefully investigate, there was a high chance of obtaining the truth of the matter. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the investigation of the matter would be extremely difficult. This was because he first needed the corresponding item to use the faceless transformation to fool the guards and teleport in. And this wasn't an easy task. According to Rhodes, not only was Konas Kilgore a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, he also had a rather powerful sealed artifact. Even if Klein was prepared, he didn't have much confidence in defeating this Major General Deputy Director of MI9 without inviting an angel-level helper. Not to mention, he had to deal with the other party secretly without being discovered. And the angels he could invite each had their own difficulties and problems, so they might not necessarily agree. Even if I take down Konas Kilgore without alerting anyone, I have to consider the danger after entering. With the previous experience, it's impossible for them to not be wary of a faceless. The king is cooperating with the psychological alchemy and the demonist sect, so they're definitely plotting something significant. The possibility of an angel existing in the underground ruin is extremely high. Klein frowned slightly, unable to find a reliable way to complete the investigation. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the long, mottled table and decided to think about it in a different way. A few seconds later, Klein had an inspiration. Why do I want to complete all the steps myself? The king's secret and scheme are likely to be detrimental to the three churches of Storm, Evernight, and Steam. Otherwise, the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, wouldn't have informed the three churches. As a blessed of the Evernight goddess, at least for now, isn't it obvious what I should do? This can also accumulate contribution points in preparation for exchanging for the scholar of your potion formula in the future. In an instant, Klein's thoughts became extremely clear. Without any hesitation, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. Dressed in his blue and white checkered pajamas, the German sparrow raised his hands once again and took on a praying posture. He chanted in ancient Hermes, Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. This time, Klein didn't hold any ceremony because he wasn't praying for a bestowment or a response. All he wanted was to describe Viscount Stratford's instructions and his observations of Konas Kilgore. Therefore, all he needed to do was pray. After praying, Klein exhaled and stood in a remote spot in the forest, patiently waiting for the possible development. In less than a minute, a figure suddenly outlined itself in front of him, like a portrait that was quickly being drawn. The person was dressed in a simple robe with a tree bark belt tied around his waist. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his feet were bare. He had a pair of dark and serene eyes. He was none other than the leader of the ascetics, ranked first among the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana. Good evening, Ariana. Klein bowed without any surprise. Ariana glanced at him and returned the greeting. Good evening. She didn't make any small talk. Is Konas Kilgore nearby? Yes, less than 10 kilometers away. Klein raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He has already used an item to vanish. What should I do next? Ariana nodded slightly. Wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to capture him. Isn't that a little too direct? You look quiet and simple, a reserved and cultured person. No, an angel. Why are you so radical in your style? If Konas Kilgore hadn't gone to the underground ruins and instead headed for another secret base, or if he wasn't too deeply involved in the king's scheme, then the matter of an archbishop of the church attacking the upper echelons of MI9 without permission would be huge news. The kingdom's internal strife would worsen. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response to Ariana. Although he would definitely take action against Konas Kilgore if he were to handle the matter himself, just the fact that he was involved in the slave trade and silencing him was sufficient reason for him to do so. But the problem was that a demigod from a secret organization attacking the upper echelons of the military was completely different from an archbishop of an Orthodox church attacking the upper echelons of the military. As though sensing Klein's thoughts, Ariana calmly explained, "You'll be the one doing it, not me." Klein wasn't used to her style. Ariana continued. "I'll create a world of concealment for you and provide you with the necessary support." Fight in concealment? Fight with the help of an angel? Klein nodded in thought. "Then where should I ambush?" Ariana answered succinctly. "In your Mager manor." "Just as I thought. But I don't wish to say it myself." Klein sighed inwardly. His choice of ambush spot was based on a very simple logic. It was when Konas Kilgore was the most relaxed and unguarded. Without a doubt, when he completed his secret mission and returned to Mager Manor, believing that all the adventures of the night were over, he would be the most relaxed and unguarded. By the same logic, if the king's secret and scheme were very important, then it was very likely that an angel would be watching Konas Kilgore from the underground ruins from afar, paying attention to his safety. Once he was attacked, they would immediately respond. And when he returned to his normal life, the gaze that was cast at him would likely be retracted. After all, there were only so many angels, and they wouldn't be that free. Thankfully, I used the most covert method of tailing him. Furthermore, I'm sufficiently far away. From the looks of it, Ariana didn't leave the battle to me to avoid risks or reduce the negative effects, but to maintain a concealed state to prevent the battle from being discovered by the existence in the underground ruins. This will expend a lot of her energy. As his thoughts raced, Klein gained a deeper understanding of the entire matter. At this moment, Ariana added, "Don't worry. The battle in the world of concealment won't destroy reality." "That's pretty good." Klein silently muttered to himself as he thought and said, after some thought, he said, "Then I'll have to make the necessary preparations." "All right," Ariana replied calmly. She actually didn't ask me what preparations I need to make. I'm already prepared to say that I have to at least change my clothes. As Klein lampooned himself, he looked down at his blue and white checkered pajamas. His left glove quickly turned transparent as he vanished from his spot. Inside Mager Manor, Klein's figure flashed out. Maintaining his German sparrow appearance, he quickly changed his clothes and put on his top hat. Right on the heels of that, he took out a piece of paper and wrote with his finger. A scarlet flame spewed out from his fingertip, leaving charred marks on the paper without igniting the item. The charred marks were like patterns as they quickly formed a complicated symbol, a mixture of the symbol of prying and concealment. With the completion of the symbol, the full-body mirror in the room suddenly turned dark as aqueous ripples appeared. Silver lines appeared, forming words one after another. "Great Master, your loyal and strong servant, Arodes, is here to answer your summons. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yes." Klein nodded and looked out the window. "What demigod-level powers and which powerful sealed artifact does Konas Kilgore possess?" This was the general information he had previously obtained. After confirming that Konas Kilgore was the target, he had done the corresponding research. Now, he wished to gain a deeper understanding so that he could make more targeted preparations. On the full-body mirror's surface, the silver words twisted and squirmed, quickly forming new words. Great Master Konas Kilgore is an Earl of the Fallen. In order to conceal his strength, the sealed artifact he wields belongs to the lawyer pathway, but it has some characteristics of the arbiter pathway mixed in. It's called Concerto of Light and Shadow. Chapter 1051. On the full-body mirror, the silver text seemed to have a life of its own. Line by line, they vanished and reassembled. Concerto of Light and Shadow is a pocket watch. It can prohibit certain actions within a certain range, and it can also deprive the target of certain beyonder powers. However, the restrictions caused by the two combined don't exceed 2. Concerto of Light and Shadow can also bestow certain negative states onto the target, making them slack off, be greedy, lose their fighting spirit, or focus all their attention on money. Apart from these, the wielder of this sealed artifact can also distort the target's words, actions, intentions, and attack effects. It can turn a fatal wound into a serious injury, an attack into a pushback, an advance into a retreat, and an escape into a charge. The negative effects of Concerto of Light and Shadow are rather serious. Among them, the main point is that once the wielder enters a combat state, all the beyonder effects that appear within a certain range will undergo intermittent and random mutations. It doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, making it difficult to control and unpredictable. In other words, lightning strike can still create a bolt of lightning, or it can splash the target with cold water. It can also summon an unknown spirit world creature. Due to this reason, Konas Kilgore deliberately gathered a mystical item that allows him to be lucky at critical moments, hoping that the random effects that appear intermittently will be more beneficial to him. It does have a certain effect, but it's not that great. Konas Kilgore also has a special pistol. It's a mutation from a particular evil god's sacrificial incident. It's called Rever's Scream of Despair. It can be fired without the need for bullet. Every shot is extremely powerful. It can constantly fire rapidly like a miniaturized machine gun. The targeted hits will also suffer Rever's roar of despair before his death. They will experience different states of pain, dizziness, and confusion. The biggest problem with this pistol is that its wielder will also hear the roar of despair, just less frequently. As an Earl of the Fallen, there's no doubt that Konas Kilgore has a qualitative change of distortion and unreasonable bestow. In addition, he can utilize the rules, magnify effects, and chaos order. Use can allow a certain state to be maintained for a longer period of time or end earlier, allowing the rules to be more beneficial to oneself. For example, after he jumps into the air, he can prolong the state of being off the ground, achieving the effect of floating. The effect of magnification is to enhance the effects or influence of certain actions. It can turn an ordinary strike into an execution, and it can turn an air hug from a certain distance into a restraint. Chaos, on the other hand, affects the structure, scale, and accuracy of attack. It can cause a seemingly massive building to collapse, reduce a distance that is clearly far to a few steps, and cause an attack that is aimed at you to deviate to one side. Through magnification, utilization, and distortion, beyonders of the lawyer pathway can, to a certain extent, do things that only the arbiter pathway can do. Of course, the low and mid-sequence beyonder powers of the lawyer pathway, such as bribery, are also possessed by an Earl of the Fallen. Furthermore, they are stronger. Great Master, I have finished answering. Is it okay? Your answer makes me feel like you're reading an instruction manual. You're definitely gathering information in the spirit realm bit by bit. Also, you're asking for praise for something like this? Klein cursed silently and nodded slightly. Not bad. After answering Rhodes's question, he quickly entered the zone and analyzed the demigod powers of Konas Kilgore and the characteristics of the powerful sealed artifact. The Earl of the Fallen is indeed a sequence for a demigod existence. He has undergone a qualitative change in every aspect, be it bestowal, distortion, exploitation, or magnification. They aren't easy to deal with. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer. As for chaos, it's not that terrifying. It's basically a certain enhancement of the powers of a sequence 5 mentor of confusion. Concerto of light and shadow does indeed have the characteristics of the arbiter domain, and what's most vexing about it is the negative effect. To a beyonder of the seer pathway, their combat style definitely leans towards preparation, precision, and control. Once they start fighting, they'll definitely have one attack after another, one set after another. During this process, if there's a random deviation from time to time, the entire plan can easily be messed up and fail to be realized. This is very dangerous. As he thought about it, Klein realized that the main problem was with the sealed artifact known as Concerto of Light and Shadow. As a beyonder who liked to set traps for his enemies, Klein didn't wish to put in so much effort and finally land himself in an extremely dangerous situation. He didn't wish to use the Fate Siphon charm to switch fates with his target to reverse the situation and finish off his opponent in one fell swoop, only to realize that the life-saving and victorious item had only summoned a rabbit. Or perhaps it might even turn into fireworks to celebrate the user's sudden death. Kona's Kilgore can use an item that increases his luck to reduce the effects, but I can't do so. Luck or misfortune that isn't at the level of an angel won't affect me at all. However, I have Winner and Nooney as my marionette. Klein pondered and raised a second question to Erodes. How do I avoid the intermittent random anomalies of the sealed artifact? In the dark mirror, silver words shot out from the ripples, forming a new sentence. There's no need to avoid it. All I need to do is make Kona's Kilgore become unlucky. In this aspect, the demigods of the Evernight pathway are experts. That makes sense. According to the theory of relativity, as long as Kona's Kilgore is more unlucky than me, I'll be the lucky one. Mariana also said that she would provide the necessary support. To her, before creating Concealment World, secretly giving Kona's Kilgore bad luck should be very easy and simple. Klein suddenly nodded and said, "Very good. That's all for today. If there's anything in the future, I'll summon you again." "Yes, Master." "No problem, Master." "Goodbye, Master." On the full-body mirror's surface, a simple drawing of waving appeared immediately after the silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein retracted his gaze and quickly simulated the battle that was about to happen. Gradually, he had a certain train of thought. He grasped the inspiration that flashed through his mind and began to refine it further. After coming up with a few contingency plans, Klein walked to the balcony and faced the garden in the night. He whispered, "Can you make Kona's Kilgore fall into bad luck before the battle?" After a short period of silence, a calm and ordinary female voice rang in his ears. "Yes." "Then I have no problems," Klein immediately replied. His surroundings quickly returned to silence. As the cold autumn wind blew, Klein expressionlessly stared at the manor at night for a few seconds. Then, he pressed down on his silk top hat, tugged at the human-skinned glove on his left hand, and took out Death Knell from under his armpit. Right on the heels of that, he swiped his thumb diagonally, making the iron-black revolver's revolver move. As the night deepened, the crimson moon occasionally pierced through the clouds. Mager Manor was completely asleep in such an environment. At this moment, a figure stealthily walked over from the south bank of the Tussock River, taking 2 to 3 steps to return to his room. He was none other than MI9's deputy director, Kona's Kilgore, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. This demigod, who had the appearance of a tough man, surveyed the area and didn't discover anything abnormal. He smiled and walked to the tiny bar counter in the guest room. He took out a glass and picked up a bottle of red wine produced by Mager, preparing to pour himself a thin layer to celebrate this beautiful night. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he abruptly looked up. He then saw a few grayish-white chimneys on the opposite roof suddenly be enveloped by shadows as they were dyed the color of ink. To the side of these chimneys was one of the signature steeples of Mager Manor's main house. It had also turned dark, and a bright red moon was silently hanging behind the top of the steeple. The clouds and stars in the sky had already vanished. Apart from the gigantic crimson moon, there was only the pitch-black night. Under the night sky, the flowers and trees were clearly right in front of him, but they lacked vitality. They were dim and hazy, as though they were very far away. Black and red, shadows and buildings, silence and plants, all of them appeared in Konas Kilgore's eyes in a strange manner. As the demigod's pupils dilated slightly, he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his pocket and reached his right palm under his armpit, taking out 2 items. Among them, he held a strange pistol in his right hand. It was gray in color and a few times larger than an ordinary revolver. It looked like a sledgehammer that only existed in ancient warfare. The unusual thing about this pistol was that it had a total of 6 barrels, each of which was rather thick and deep. Its cylinder was inlaid with more than 10 ugly rivets, giving it a kind of rough beauty. Konas Kilgore held a metal pocket watch in his left hand. On its dial, half of it was neatly arranged with all sorts of symbols arranged in chronological order. The other half was chaotic and messy, even invading the area opposite it, and the two seemed to be connected to a mechanical core that couldn't be seen directly. It had a more complicated and dizzying structure. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared from the gigantic crimson moon outside the window, gliding over at an extremely fast speed. He grew bigger and clearer. He was a young man with black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were chiseled, and his lines were cold. This young man wore a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He held a unique revolver in one hand, and his other hand was covered in transparent human skin. Under the bright light, it was as though he was carrying the gigantic crimson moon on his back. German Sparrow. Chapter 1052. Upon seeing a young man dressed in a black trench coat and holding an iron-black revolver descend from the crimson moon, Konas Kilgore, who was no stranger to important figures in the world, immediately responded. His left hand, which held the iron-skinned pocket watch, moved his thumb rapidly, reaching for one of the few metal buttons that were messily embedded at the top of the pocket watch. He raised his right arm abruptly and aimed the 6 gray barrels that formed a circle at German Sparrow. This process was like the sparks from the collision of metals. It quickly ended, and Konas Kilgore's left thumb ultimately didn't press down. He overcame his conditioned reflex and didn't directly use the concerto of light and shadows, prohibition. This was because he didn't know much about German Sparrow and didn't know what he was best at. Furthermore, someone with German Sparrow's looks might not necessarily be German Sparrow. Blindly prohibition would only be a waste of an opportunity. He planned on observing and waiting a little longer so that he could formulate a more targeted law and distort the rules. Bang, 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 bang. The strange revolver let out a scream of despair as it spewed out a black and cold storm of bullets, instantly enveloping the enemy under the crimson moon. At this moment, German Sparrow's figure suddenly turned transparent, turning incorporeal. At the same time, the bullets that arrived tore through the target in the black trench coat, tearing apart the afterimage he left behind. And behind Konas Kilgore, the cold-faced German Sparrow suddenly appeared. His body was half-hunched as he leaned forward. The black top hat on his head was dyed with a hint of blood under the crimson moonlight. He suddenly raised the iron-black long-barreled revolver in his hand, and as he took aim, he opened his mouth slightly and touched the trigger. Bang! To Konas Kilgore's right, the floorboard exploded as countless fragments splattered. German Sparrow's shot was ridiculously off-target, and its destructive power was clearly lacking. This was the Earl of the Fallen's distortion. It deviated the trajectory of the bullet and reduced its might. Seizing this opportunity, Konas Kilgore, disrupted, the measurement of distance, and arrived at the bedroom's balcony in one step. Then, he half turned his body and pressed one of the metal buttons on the iron pocket watch in his hand. He then solemnly said, "Don't worry, don't worry. Teleportation is prohibited here." Without a sound, Mager Manor, which was illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon, underwent some unknown change. After firing the shot, the German sparrow, whose body had quickly faded, appeared in the void again. He did not succeed in changing positions. Concerto of light and shadow, forbidden. To Kona's Kilgore, regardless of what German sparrow was good at, since he could teleport, he had to immediately stop him. An enemy who could teleport at a high frequency without any gaps was not only annoying, but dangerous. Realizing that his teleportation had failed, the German sparrow's expression did not change. His figure quickly distorted, and all the colors faded, leaving only deep black. This deep darkness suddenly collapsed and spread out on the ground. It merged with the shadows in the areas where the moonlight couldn't reach, and it was difficult to distinguish them from each other. Bang, 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 bang. The spot where German Sparrow had been standing was riddled with bullet holes, tearing through the floor. Rumble. That place immediately collapsed, revealing the room below, but no dust rose up. And amidst this commotion, Mager Manor remained shrouded in deep shadows. No one was jolted awake, and there was no echo. Kona's Kilgore resisted the urge to immediately forbid him from hiding in the shadows. With Rever's shout of despair and concerto of light and shadow in hand, he calmly observed his surroundings, waiting for German Sparrow to appear again and launch an attack. However, in the dilapidated room, the shadows were silent without any movement. And outside the window, the steeple and chimney were still covered in a cold black. The gigantic crimson moon seemed to hang above the roof. The plants in the garden, the distant grapevines, and all sorts of classical windows seemed to have degenerated into the background in such a night. Despite being visible to the naked eye, they didn't even shake. The entire Mager Manor was cold, dark, and silent. It was as though it had been forgotten in a corner that no one paid attention to or discovered. There was no vitality to speak of. As a demigod and an important figure in the world of intelligence, Kona's Kilgore quickly had a guess about this. He suspected that it had something to do with the authority of concealment. This made him make many connections, but German Sparrow still hadn't appeared. He actually didn't launch a sneak attack, and he even gave up on the opportunity to strike continuously, leaving me with so many openings. Doesn't he know how difficult it is to deal with a high-sequence lawyer or arbiter once they make sufficient preparations in the early stages of battle? Kona's Kilgore was puzzled. His observation of his surroundings and his relatively relaxed state allowed him to quickly recognize his situation. He understood that defeating the enemy, German Sparrow, wasn't the key. Escaping this strange and secretive world was the key. If I can't leave this place, there might be other dangers in the future. As long as I can escape this dark Mager Manor, even if an angel were to descend, I wouldn't need to be that afraid in Bakeland. And in such a man-made secretive world, there has to be an exit. This is a rule that can't be circumvented in mysticism. Using and twisting rules is what demigods of the lawyer pathway are best at. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Kona's Kilgore quickly made a decision. He suddenly turned around and jumped up from the balcony, moving as fast as a spring. This military demigod jumped to a high place, but he didn't slow down or show any signs of falling. Maintaining this speed, he went higher and higher until he actually flew up into the sky. Earl of the Fallen, exploitation. This was an exploitation of the rules. It prolonged the process of taking off, allowing him to maintain his speed for a long time. If Kona's Kilgore could become a Sequence 2 angel, he could even use this Beyonder power to jump from the ground to the crimson moon. As he jumped into the air, Kona's Kilgore swung his right arm and activated the Beyonder power, Chaos. He wanted to use the entire Mager Manor and the strange world as his target. He wanted to create a certain amount of chaos, using this to create a temporary ripple and expose the true exit. In an instant, the flowers and grapevines in the background of Mager Manor began to sway. The dark steeple, chimneys, and classical windows also lost the feeling of being shrouded by shadows. In the entire world, only the gigantic crimson moon that was right in front of him didn't change at all. It continued hanging there silently. It was the exit. Konas Kilgore grasped a pattern from the chaos, and based on the feedback, he determined where he should leave. Without any hesitation, he exerted strength from his waist and used the beyonder power of magnification to forcefully change his direction, allowing himself to run towards the bright red moon. At this moment, a person grew out of the shadows in front of Mager Manor's main building. It was the cold-looking German sparrow in a black trench coat and half-top hat. Whoosh! A strong wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping German Sparrow upwards as he chased after Konas Kilgore. Amidst the wind, German Sparrow raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet flew out and exploded into countless fragments. They then transformed into a storm that completely enveloped the area where Konas Kilgore was. Death knell, carnage, a sweep of grape-shot bullets. Almost at the same time, Konas Kilgore changed his direction without any warning. He went from running towards the moon to plummeting straight down. As such, he managed to dodge the storm of bullets, as though he was prepared. No, it wasn't that he was prepared. He was already prepared. Although his main goal was to escape the mutated Mager Manor, he was still worried that German Sparrow would take the opportunity to attack him. Therefore, he came up with a simple trap. He planned on using his escape as bait to fish out the hidden German Sparrow and first injure or even severely injure him. Halfway through his descent, Konas Kilgore's figure suddenly bounced back, once again, distorting the direction he was heading in. This time, his destination was the next stop on the German Sparrow's flight path. Right on the heels of that, he forcefully pulled the pocket watch back with his left hand and grabbed the German Sparrow through the air, pulling him from dozens of meters away to him. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. Whoosh! Amidst the howling wind, Konas Kilgore grabbed the clothes in front of German Sparrow's chest and pressed the strange pistol in his right hand against it. Bang! 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 Rever's shout of despair shot out countless bullets like a machine gun, instantly tearing German Sparrow's body apart, turning it into pieces of paper that flew everywhere. Konas Kilgore's gaze froze slightly as he immediately moved his left thumb and pressed one of the metal buttons on his pocket watch. Amidst the clicking sounds, the Earl of the Fallen didn't hesitate to say sternly, "Substitutes are prohibited here." The moment he said that, the howling wind in midair stopped. Mager Manor regained its silence and was once again enveloped by the dark shadows. Konas Kilgore changed his direction and began circling in midair in search of German Sparrow. However, the night froze without any abnormalities. The Earl of the Fallen deliberated for a moment and prepared to continue running towards the gigantic crimson moon. At this moment, figures grew taller, and rapidly took form in the garden, vineyard, and Manor's main house. They had black hair, brown eyes, and deep facial features. They wore silk top hats and black trench coat. They were all German Sparrow. The only difference was that some of them had normal shapes, while others had sunken back. Some were slightly bloated, while others only had a thin layer. Upon seeing this scene, Konas Kilgore immediately recalled a dangerous enemy he had once encountered. One of the secret leaders of the Intis Intelligence Department. A Bizarro Sorcerer. Chapter 1053. After Konas Kilgore finally figured out which beyonder pathway the enemy belonged to, the German Sparrow in the garden, vineyard, and manor raised his left hand at the same time. He bent his middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, and extended his index finger and thumb, making them form the simple image of a pistol. The index finger that represented the gun barrel and muzzle aimed at the midair Konas Kilgore, and the corresponding forearm trembled as though it was struck by the recoil. Bang! 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 Amidst the deafening sound, rather illusory white pigeons appeared beside the Earl of the Fallen, who was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. They flew in all directions in an extremely spectacular and beautiful manner. This was the random anomaly brought about by the iron pocket watch's concerto of light and shadow. It turned the air cannonballs that could destroy houses into harmless white pigeons of peace. Konas Kilgore, who had used chaos to interfere with the enemy's salvo, wasn't surprised when he saw the white pigeons flap their wings and disappear into the sky. He was already mentally prepared. He had already suffered the negative effects of the sealed artifact for several years. Seizing this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to raise his palms that held the iron pocket watch and the strange pistol, hoping to make them collide. This was distortion, a distortion that targeted all the German sparrow beneath him. To Konas Kilgore, the most troublesome thing about fighting a bizarro sorcerer was that he couldn't tell if the enemy in front of him was a marionette or the actual body, unless the marionette was crudely made. This way, he didn't dare to use many of his Beyonder powers because they were useless against marionettes. It was still fine if it was an area of effect prohibition, but deprivation, that targeted a single target, was completely meaningless in combat. No matter how many Beyonder powers were deprived, it wouldn't affect the actual body. When the time came, the other party could just switch to another marionette to resolve the problem. Due to similar principles, the amplification of the negative effects of the mystical items on his marionette was also strategically abandoned by Konas Kilgore. Similarly, the Earl of the Fallen's bestowment was useless. It was even inferior to deprivation. At the very least, deprivation could make a bizarro sorcerer marionette lose the corresponding Beyonder powers. The negative state provided by bestowment couldn't affect a marionette at all. Be it slacking off, losing his fighting spirit, or being anxious or only focused on money, it was meaningless to a marionette that was essentially a dead person, one that didn't have the ability to think or act. Therefore, Konas Kilgore decided to first resolve the problem of identifying his marionette and body. In this aspect, others might not have a solution, but a high-sequence Beyonder of the lawyer pathway definitely didn't have such worries. Everything had rules and followed certain patterns, and the lawyer demigods were good at finding loopholes and making use of them. In addition to having combat experience with other bizarro sorcerers, and having seriously considered how to deal with similar situations, Konas Kilgore was rather certain that distortion could restrain his enemies. He knew that a bizarro sorcerer could seamlessly switch between his main body and all his marionettes. He planned on distorting this point, making it so that a bizarro sorcerer could only switch with 2 or 3 specific marionettes. This way, the difficulty of distinguishing between his main body and marionette would be minimized. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that distortion couldn't exceed the necessary limits, and that the area of effect prohibition had reached its limit, Konas Kilgore would definitely use a simpler method to deal with it. For example, he could make a bizarro sorcerer only be able to switch with one marionette, or he could directly prohibit everyone from switching with their marionettes. But Konas Kilgore held Rever's Shout of Despair and Concerto of Light and Shadow with his hands, as though he was doing an action of compressing a large area to a small one. Earl of the Fallen Distortion. Silently, a red flower dyed with deep shadows appeared in his hand, as though he wanted to dedicate it to the German sparrow in the garden, vineyard, and manor. As for the crazy adventurers who were either thick or thin, normal or terrifying, they didn't show any abnormalities. Konas Kilgore had also encountered a random anomaly. It was a random anomaly brought about by Concerto of Light and Shadow. It had changed the effect of distortion to summon a flower from the garden below. And at this moment, the illusory dove formed from the air cannonball had yet to dissipate. At this moment, the battle between the two demigods added a sense of absurdity, comical and hilarious. Of course, be it the German sparrow or Konas Kilgore, they didn't think so, especially the latter. he once again felt a familiar sense of helplessness. He didn't stop and immediately clashed his palms again to complete distortion, using numbers to fight against the random anomaly. However, Gehrman Sparrow wasn't a dead man, so he didn't abide by combat etiquette. The large swath of crazy adventurers either gestured with their pistols or used death knell, which was of unknown authenticity, to aim at the Earl of the Fallen in midair. At the same time, Conas Kilgore's heart stirred as he turned his head slightly and looked up. He saw another figure appear in the gigantic crimson moon that hung silently at the top of the pitch-black steeple. This figure wore a silk top hat, a black trench coat, and human-skinned gloves. He held an iron-black revolver and had a cold expression. His facial features were deep. It was another German sparrow. With the crimson moon on his back, he glided down as his figure grew larger and clearer. The iron-black revolver in his hand had long been raised and was aimed at Conas Kilgore. Bang! Bang! A bullet with translucent parts shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Conas Kilgore. This was a deprivation bullet made from a worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. It was different from the Arbiter Pathways deprivation. In essence, it was theft. It could steal the 3 Beyonder powers that the target had recently used in a chronological order for them to use. However, the Arbiter Pathways deprivation could directly deprive a target as long as it chose a target. Although the deprivation of this bullet didn't need to hit the enemy to be effective, the target had to be within a certain range without leaving the area. This also meant that one couldn't be dodged, and one could only rely on one's level and sequence characteristics to resist or weaken it. The other could be effectively dodged if one detected it ahead of time. Klein had given up on launching a sneak attack to stall for time. On the one hand, it was to allow Conas Kilgore to use his prohibition and deprivation on Beyonder powers that seemed important to him but weren't key to the battle. On the other hand, he was waiting for the first random anomaly to appear. Then, he would seize the gap between the two anomalies to use the deprivation bullet to steal Conas Kilgore's 3 powerful powers. For these 2 goals, he had even handed Death Knell and Creeping Hunger to Inuni, making him look like a real German sparrow and not a marionette. From the looks of it, Conas Kilgore would lose distortion, chaos, and magnification. Bang! 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 At the same time, the Gehrman sparrows below also began firing. Suddenly, the air cannonballs and the deprivation bullet exploded, turning into red, purple, yellow, or green firework. However, they were unable to illuminate the deep night. The concerto of light and shadow had once again created a random anomaly. It produced multiple effects in a row, as though it didn't need to pause or pause. Conas Kilgore immediately smiled as he clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the young men wearing silk top hats and black trench coats that were illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon dimmed one after another. Only 2 of them remained in their previous state. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion had taken effect. This meant that German Sparrow could only switch positions with the 2 normal marionettes. Right on the heels of that, Conas Kilgore didn't pause at all. He swung his arm and threw out the flower that he was holding with his pocket watch. The flower suddenly sped up as though it had an unknown weight to it. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards one of the normal marionette. This attack had been magnified, and it had the effects of bribe, weaken. Boom! The flower was like a cannonball as it slammed heavily into the ground, causing it to shake violently. The shockwave it brought with it lifted up all the normal and abnormal humans in the surroundings. They were either torn apart or severely injured, especially the 2 marionettes that could switch positions with the German Sparrow. They were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. Conas Kilgore maintained his calm. As he distorted in midair and circled around, he raised Rever's shout of despair and aimed it at the German Sparrow who had descended from the crimson moon. At the same time, he secretly prepared bestowment. He wanted to make the target suffer the negative state of lack of fighting spirit. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore's mind suddenly went into a daze as his thoughts turned sluggish. This turning into a marionette. Kona's Kilgore tensed up as he understood his situation. He then saw that the German sparrow who had descended from the crimson moon wasn't as far from him as before. The distance between them was only about 100 meters. The other party had unknowingly entered the range where he could control spirit body threads and had stayed there for at least 3 seconds without him noticing. Deception. It was a deception bullet created by Amon's avatar. Just now, when Klein or Winner Enuni pulled the trigger and shot out the deprivation bullet, he didn't fire once, but twice. This was his way of preventing random anomalies. In a situation where an anomaly had happened once, even if the 2 bullets that were slightly apart were to encounter something similar again, only one of them would be affected. After all, it was an intermittent, random anomaly. It was possible for it to happen 2 or 3 times in a row, but the probability of it happening 4 or 5 times in a row was extremely low. Therefore, there was bound to be 1 or more attacks that didn't have any anomalies. And back then, the second deception bullet's release had been concealed by the marionettes firing in unison. This was also another reason why Klein had gotten Enuni to use Death Knell, to rely on his luck. Finally, he successfully deceived Kona's Kilgore, allowing Enuni to sneak into a safe range of 150 meters. He controlled the spirit body threads and completed initial control. Once this began, it meant that the Beyonder powers had taken effect. Since there weren't any anomalies, there wouldn't be any more anomalies. Chapter 1054. No good. He's controlling the spirit body threads. As a senior Beyonder and demigod existence who had interacted with Faceless, Nimblewright Master, and Bizarro Sorcerer, to the point of directly fighting them, Kona's Kilgore wasn't unfamiliar with the present situation. He was even rather familiar with it and had a certain level of understanding. Therefore, he knew very well that he had fallen into a fatal trap. The amount of time he had to save himself didn't exceed 15 seconds. And in these 15 seconds, his thoughts would become more and more sluggish. Eventually, just thinking of a solution would take him a few seconds, and his stiff body would take quite a bit of time to put his thoughts into action. This also meant that Kona's Kilgore only had slightly more than 10 seconds to save himself. Of course, he had previously considered how to deal with the final few seconds. It was to give up control of his body and reveal his mythical creature form, using this to delay the time he was turned into a marionette. He could also use his existence to interfere with the enemy, causing him to suffer a certain impact. However, this way, even if he successfully escaped his marionette state and even defeated the enemy, Kona's Kilgore wasn't confident that he could continue living. He wasn't a demigod who could freely switch between human and mythical creature forms. He wasn't confident that he could maintain his rationality in his mythical creature form. In other words, by releasing his mythical creature form to escape his marionette state, there was a high chance that the person Kona's Kilgore would die on the spot, and a monster with the same name would occupy his body. And it was precisely because of this that Kona's Kilgore wouldn't make such an attempt unless he had no other choice. Taking advantage of the fact that his thoughts weren't too sluggish, and the fact that Revel's roar of despair rang in his ears, the military demigod quickly came up with the first plan to save himself. At a speed that wasn't too slow, he moved his right thumb. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. Kona's Kilgore didn't want to magnify a particular state of his or the attack of a particular sealed artifact, but the negative effects of Revel's roar of despair. This strange revolver would occasionally make the wielder hear a roar of despair. To creatures without godhood, this was very serious. It was easy for them to lose control, go crazy, suffer a mental breakdown, or have their minds go blank. And at Sequence 4, due to them possessing the side of a mythical creature, the effects of the roar were greatly reduced. To Kona's Kilgore, the shout only left him in a daze and made him a little irascible. It didn't affect him too much, and he was even beginning to get used to it. and at that moment, he wanted to magnify the roar of despair to the point where even a demigod couldn't withstand it. This would cause his psyche to experience a piercing pain, allowing him to escape the control of the spirit-body threads. As magnify didn't require any obvious actions, it took effect extremely quickly. Opposite him, the German sparrow, who was holding death knell and wearing a half-top hat, wasn't able to stop it in time. This allowed the Earl of the Fallen to successfully use this beyonder power. But in the next second, what Kona's Kilgore waited for wasn't a terrifying roar, but silence. The normal roar that was still present also disappeared. This was a random anomaly brought about by the concerto of light and shadow. How unlucky! These thoughts slowly flashed through Kona's Kilgore's mind. Without the time to be depressed, he immediately began his second attempt to save himself. He raised his right hand and aimed Revel's roar of despair at the German sparrow, who was 150 meters away. He was about to pull the trigger. At the same time, the strong winds that were blowing at his right hand suddenly disintegrated from within, quickly dissipating into air currents. Earl of the Fallen, chaos. Konas used this to resist German Sparrow's interference. Right on the heels of that, there was a series of banging sounds. Revel's roar of despair was like a machine gun, spewing out dangerous bullets without stopping for a long time. The black-cloaked German Sparrow's body trembled continuously, but he wasn't hit. The bullets brushed past his silhouette and flew into the distance, shattering the windows and walls of Mager Manor, causing one of the houses to silently collapse. Bang! 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 The subsequent storm of bullets continued attacking. Finally, German Sparrow was hit multiple times in a row. Amidst the splattering of blood, German Sparrow was like a paper figurine in a gale. He constantly swayed and struggled, as though he could be torn apart at any moment. Bang! 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 The strange pistol finally stopped its roar. As for German Sparrow, apart from his head, every other part of his body had hideous bloody holes. Typically speaking, this was definitely a state that only a dead person would have, but German Sparrow continued controlling his spirit-body threads as though he wasn't affected at all. The exaggerated wounds on his body were slowly but resolutely healing. This was the effect of the Flower of Blood ring. This German Sparrow was essentially Winner and Nuni. The reason why he didn't die from the whirlwind of attacks was because he had released the luck he had accumulated. It was because Kona's Kilgore was sufficiently unlucky, and the roar of despair brought about by the bullets was equivalent to nothing to a marionette. Seeing that the violent attacks hadn't achieved the desired effect, and that the time he had to save himself was dwindling, Kona's Kilgore followed the plan he had just thought of. Without any thought, he slowly released his left fingers. The iron-skinned pocket watch left his palm and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, Kona's Kilgore decisively abandoned the concerto of light and shadow and made it leave the battlefield so as to avoid the effects of the random anomalies. Following this, he might only have 1 or 2 chances to save himself. If any negative anomalies happened, there was no way to salvage the situation. As the sealed artifact, which was half order and half chaos, rapidly plummeted, Kona's Kilgore moved his finger with great difficulty at the rapidly healing German Sparrow's wounds. He should have had 2 choices. One was to follow the third method of saving himself that he had originally thought of, acting without thinking. The second was to magnify his enemy's injuries, making him die on the spot. However, while Kona's Kilgore was still able to think quickly, he didn't expect that German Sparrow wouldn't die after being shot so many times. Even his control over his spirit-body threads wasn't affected. The plan didn't have a corresponding follow-up, and at this moment, his mind felt like it was stuffed with paste. He couldn't think too much, and he didn't wish to waste time. All he could do was act according to the plan. Whoosh! Wearing a transparent glove and holding a black revolver, German Sparrow was surrounded by strong winds that carried him as he spiraled high into the sky. Whoosh! German Sparrow was carried by the strong winds, and under the witness of the gigantic crimson moon, he ran towards the pitch-black night sky. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. The strong winds that helped German Sparrow fly were magnified into a tornado. This way, the distance between him and Kona's Kilgore would quickly be pulled to more than 150 meters. As a result, his marionette transformation would fail. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the expression on Kona's Kilgore's face, who had yet to escape control, suddenly turned complicated. The tornado rapidly expanded and swept over. It affected him and threw him high into the sky, preventing him from pulling away from German Sparrow. How unfortunate! Under the night sky and the crimson moonlight, the two figures became smaller and smaller. Soon, the tornado returned to normal, and their upward flight was alleviated. Seizing this opportunity, Kona's Kilgore's thoughts that were about to freeze gave him another thought. Stop! He stopped maintaining his flight, and with the help of the Earth's gravity, he rapidly plummeted down like a meteor, rapidly opening up a distance between him and German Sparrow. Then, he ignored the German Sparrow, who was riding the strong winds, and turned around to chase after him. He slowly pulled his left arm in front of him as though his joints had rusted. This was the action of closing the door. He wanted to use the distortion of an Earl of the Fallen to create a wall-like seal in the air, preventing German Sparrow from chasing up to him. At this moment, the marionettes, the German Sparrow, who were still alive, raised their left arms and gestured for a gun to be fired. Bang! 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 Bullets shot out, blanketing Kona's Kilgore in midair. By the time the shock wave dissipated, Kona's Kilgore's body had a few bloody holes. After being hit by the first few bullets and cannonballs, he had used the intense pain and the trembling of his body to finally escape the control of the spirit-body threads, allowing him to regain the speed of his thoughts. Following that, he disrupted the subsequent shots at the critical moment and distorted the injuries he suffered. Ultimately, he didn't die, but was severely injured. As for the German Sparrow, who was falling from a high altitude with many mystical items in hand, he was blocked by the invisible wall he created, preventing him from chasing up to him. With another distortion, Kona's Kilgore's falling speed instantly slowed down as he gently landed on the ground. Before he could do anything else, his body stiffened again as he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He felt that his hands and feet were resisting him, no longer listening to his commands. He felt that there was an unfamiliar object hidden in his body. Then, under the illumination of the gigantic crimson moon, a figure walked out of the master's room in mager manner and stood on the balcony. He had black hair and brown eyes. He wore a silk top hat and a black trench coat. His facial features were chiseled and cold. He was another German Sparrow. This German Sparrow's right hand was also in a shooting stance. Then, he retracted it and brought it to his mouth to blow at it. This was Klein himself. What he had just shot wasn't an air bullet, but a parasitic bullet that had been pushed out with the strength of an air bullet. A parasitic bullet made from a worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. It could create a worm of time that couldn't live for long, allowing it to parasitize the target's body, allowing the user to control it. Klein had deliberately taken out the bullet and held it in his hand because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Kona's Kilgore to throw away the concerto of light and shadow while in a state where he couldn't dodge or distortion. The former was already foreseeable after the Earl of the Fallen had his spirit-body threads under initial control. This was because he wouldn't allow random anomalies to affect his ability to save himself. As for the latter, patience was needed. Just now, his patience had paid off. An opportunity had appeared. Klein was the first to raise his hand and shoot. Without the interference of the random anomalies, he accurately shot the parasitic bullet into Kona's Kilgore's body. If it wasn't a deceit bullet but a deprivation bullet that had taken effect previously, it would have been a different method of attack. Temporarily unable to control his body, Kona's Kilgore looked at the German sparrow on the balcony. Under the gigantic crimson moon, he took off his top hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed slightly. As his black trench coat fluttered, even his thoughts turned sluggish. Chapter 1055. No. Kona's Kilgore stood rooted to the ground as a strong sense of despair surged in his heart. As a military demigod who had experienced plenty of danger, he had a clear understanding of his present situation. He could already hear the footsteps of death approaching. He wanted to risk his life and reveal his mythical creature form, but it was useless after he issued the order by slowing down his thoughts. His body had been parasitized, and was no longer under his control. At that moment, Kona's Kilgore couldn't even shed a tear. Under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination, time ticked by. Suddenly, Kona's Kilgore raised his left hand and touched his inch-long hair. He had already become Klein's marionette. In fact, he still had a chance at the very end. This was because the duration of parasitism wasn't as long as the time needed to completely turn into a marionette. In those 2 to 3 seconds, he could attempt to reveal his mythical creature form. But the problem was that he still had the effects of misdirection and deception. His thoughts became more and more sluggish with the passage of time. He couldn't grasp that short opportunity. Klein looked at his new marionette and silently exhaled. He raised his head and looked at the clear red moon. All right. In the gigantic crimson moon, a black dot instantly appeared and descended from the sky. It was none other than the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. In this concealed world, this ascetic didn't use any beyonder powers. She floated in midair and cast her gaze at the Earl of the Fallen. She gently raised her right hand and a blurry Kona's Kilgore's soul appeared above the military demigod's head. As a result, Klein lost control of his marionette. He wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he hadn't separated a worm of spirit to send it over through his spirit-body threads. His control over the marionette was essentially at the Sequence 5 stage, not at the demigod level. "Where did you go?" Ariana asked calmly as she looked at Kona's Kilgore's soul. Kona's Kilgore's expression warped slightly before he replied, "Ruin number 1. Is this a contractual promise, or is it a psychological cue?" Klein, who was watching the mediumship, noticed something from the Earl of the Fallen's reaction. However, this did not affect anything because this was the hidden world, the world that no one knew about, the world that no one could sense. Where is the relic located? Who did it belong to? What is it being used for now? As the Archbishop of the Evernight Goddess and an angel of the corresponding pathway, Ariana could share a certain amount of the authority of concealment. Therefore, she didn't start with simple questions and went straight to the point. She wasn't worried that any accidents would happen. Kona's Kilgore's soul trembled slightly, giving off the feeling that it would explode on its own, but nothing happened in the end. He replied hesitantly, "The ruin is located in the Sturlevin section of the Tussock River. It's deep underground and has been set up to interfere with divination and prophecy." Sturlevin section. That's quite a distance from the mountain where Mr. A was previously and the spot where you just disappeared. From the looks of it, you are still very cautious. And the effects of that point-to-point teleportation are much better than I expected. A map of the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland quickly formed in Klein's mind. Kona's Kilgore continued answering, "That ruin once belonged to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. I'm not sure what it's being used for. I'm unable to enter the depths of the ruin, and I'm only in charge of sending in the people and materials gathered through various means." Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's name made Ariana fall silent. After 2 to 3 seconds, she said, "What materials did you gather?" This time, Kona's Kilgore didn't put up much of a resistance as he mentioned everything, including large amounts of mercury, iron ore, and ritualistic materials from different domains. As for Klein, he was unable to extract any useful information from it. This was because it was just too comprehensive. Anything was possible. He's indeed very cautious. He's using large amounts of junk to conceal what he's truly searching for. Even the demigod in charge of such matters doesn't know why. This is very much in line with the style of a spectator pathway beyonder. A design by psychological alchemy? Klein nodded his head indiscernibly with a guess in mind. Ariana didn't seem to notice anything. Do you have any guesses as to what they're doing? What is it? Yes, I suspect that they're digging up something and attempting to perform a ritual, Konas Kilgore voiced his judgment. Ariana quietly looked down at him for a while. Who allowed you to participate in the underground ruins? Who can enter the depths of the ruins? Konas Kilgore struggled again, but nothing happened. He said hesitantly, I accepted His Majesty's orders. The reason why I was able to become a demigod was because he provided me with formulas, ingredients, and opportunities. Furthermore, he gave me Concerto of Light and Shadow, allowing me to act as a Sequence 5 Beyonder without holding back. Apart from His Majesty, only 2 demigods of the royal family can enter the depths of the ruins. One is Prince Grove, and the other is Duchess Georgina. They all have the surname Augustus. But the royal family definitely doesn't only have these 2 demigods. Miss Justice doesn't know much about the 2 of them either. She only mentioned that they seldom participate in social activities. Even their seats as a member of parliament have been given to their children. Yes, at the level of a demigod, even if they don't have the beyonder characteristics of undying or ageless, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live to more than 100 years old. It's indeed not suitable for them to hold public office and frequently appear in public. Klein tried hard to recall, but he failed to come up with anything. Ariana was silent for a few seconds. Have you seen Collins in the underground ruins? Who is he? Konas Kilgore asked in confusion. Ariana didn't answer. She continued asking, apart from them, who else did you see in the underground ruins? Konas Kilgore maintained his slightly dazed state from being channeled. There's also the Demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. The former's representative was originally Despair Nightingale Panatia, but after the Great Smog, it was changed to Saintess of White Katerina. The latter is Vin Rambus. Did they enter the depths of the underground ruins? Ariana asked in detail. I don't know. I wasn't following them at all times. Konas Kilgore shook his head. At least when I met them there, they were in the periphery. Ariana asked about other matters, attempting to outline the overall outline of the matter from another angle. However, she could tell that King George III arrangements were flawless. Even a demigod like Konas Kilgore only knew what his mission was. He could only move about in a certain area and was unable to learn more. After some thought, Ariana flipped her right hand and gently pressed down, pressing Konas Kilgore's soul back into his body. Klein's control over his marionette was restored. Klein could not help but sigh in his heart. The authority of concealment is truly amazing. Even if Ma and Ariana were to secretly interrogate my marionette one day, I wouldn't know at this moment. Ariana turned her body and said to him on the balcony, we can basically confirm that there's something wrong with George III, as well as the location of the underground ruin. I'll meet the archbishops of the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam in Bakeland immediately and persuade them to take action tonight to open the relic. Before I inform you, control Konas Kilgore and pretend that he's fine. Then, make him vanish. He's worried that when he negotiates with the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam, they will discover that something has happened to Konas Kilgore and seal the underground ruins ahead of time or activate other emergency plans. Klein roughly understood and nodded. No problem. Ariana, whose hair was simply draped over her shoulders, didn't say anything else. With a casual wave of her hand, she pulled the iron pocket watch over. This sealed artifact was bestowed by George III. Perhaps we can find some clues from its earlier origins. Does it mean that you want to take it away? Klein replied without any resistance, I'll leave it to you. With regards to this, he had no complaints. He even believed that it was only right. After all, half of the credit for this battle was due to Ariana's world of concealment and the blessing of misfortune. In that case, even if she didn't take the concerto of light and shadow, Klein would have taken the initiative to suggest it. In this aspect, he had always been fair. And the concerto of light and shadow was the item he didn't want the most out of all the spoils of war. This was because it was incompatible with a bizarro sorcerer's combat style. The random anomalies would definitely affect his performance, weakening him far more than his enemies. Klein had just considered that if the spoils of war he received were this pocket watch, he would have to bluff. No, sell it to the snake of fate, Will Septon. Only a life school of thought demigod who relied on luck to survive could control the concerto of light and shadow. And when the time came, such a huge secret organization and a sequence, one would definitely have other powerful sealed artifacts to exchange for it. Upon receiving his response, Ariana nodded gently. She first threw the iron pocket watch back into Kona's Kilgore's arms, making the Earl of the Fallen look no different from before. Her figure then vanished as though it had been erased by an eraser. Even the gigantic crimson moon hanging high in the sky and the pitch-black world of steeples and chimneys were quickly wiped away. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Klein was in the master bedroom, while Kona's Kilgore was in the guest bedroom dozens of meters away. He held Rever's scream of despair tightly in his hand. Then, the Mi-9 Major General used the chaos to place the pistol back into his armpit holster. He picked up the glass of Magermaner's specialty wine and took a sip. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1056. Bakeland, North Borough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine descended from the wind and landed in the steeple with the huge bell on the left. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He had a thick beard, and his hair was short and straight. Its color was dark blue that was nearly black. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the side and said to the figure who was already waiting there, "Horimic, do you know what's going on? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over?" The person he spoke to was wearing a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a benevolent look and a gentle expression. He was none other than a member of the Church of Steam's Divine Synod, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, the demigod Horimic Haydn. Upon hearing Randall's question, Horimic calmly replied, "I didn't arrive much earlier than you. I didn't arrive much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the lab a few minutes ago." Not only was he a clergyman, but he was also a famous scientist. He was an honorary professor at the University of Bakeland's physics department. Randall Valentine was just about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure walk up the winding narrow staircase. In the darkness that the crimson moon couldn't illuminate, he ascended the steeple. This figure wore a black clergyman robe with a tinge of red. There were 5 dark sacred emblems on his chest. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep and serene. He was none other than one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, the person in charge of the Bakeland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. Is there something that can't wait until daybreak? Or does your Church of Evernight like to discuss matters at night? Deep blue officiant Randall Valentine was the first to speak. Anthony walked up the stairs and stopped there. With a serious expression, he said, "There's something very urgent." "What is it?" Randall pressed. At this moment, Horimic Haydn also cast his gaze at Anthony Stevenson, waiting for him to give him an answer. In such a situation, Horimic especially liked the presence of people from the Church of the Storm. This meant that they would take the initiative to ask questions without being tactful. There was no need for him to say anything else. Anthony glanced at them and said, "It's related to the royal family." It's related to the royal family. Let Madame Ariana explain it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the silhouette of a barefooted woman, wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt, quickly appeared in the shadows beside him. As soon as they saw this existence, Randall and Horimic immediately bowed. "Good evening, Madame Ariana." Their expressions became solemn at the same time. They had a deep understanding of the importance of what happened that night. It was definitely not a small matter for an angel who walked on earth to appear. At the same time, they could not help but be shaken, realizing that they did not know when the mistress of the night cloister, the stealthy servant, Lady Ariana, had come to Bakeland. Under normal circumstances, the three churches, the royal family, and the military had a certain tacit understanding in this aspect. It was that the grounded angel and Grade 0 sealed artifact wouldn't appear in Bakeland. "Good evening, Archbishops." Ariana returned the greeting without the slightest arrogance. She raised her right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A faint glow bloomed, producing scenes in the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Conas Kilgore. It was as if this secret that had been kept for so long had finally been revealed to others. As he watched, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine couldn't help but say, "Don't worry." He actually advanced to sequence 4 and became a demigod. This Archbishop knew Conas Kilgore. He originally believed that the deputy director of MI9 was only a sequence 5 and had relied on a sealed artifact with severe negative effects to have combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected that it was just a disguise. The Church of the Storm had a greater influence on the military than the other two churches. No one responded to Randall. After the secret was revealed, Horimic said, "That's right. A secret relic that involves the Blood Emperor and a large number of people being sent in. No matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing." "Indeed," Randall agreed. "Let's go to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This concerns the royal family and the king. You'd better seek permission from your respective Holy See first." In this angel's context, the Holy See referred to the Holy See, the core of the Church's power. "All right." The two archbishops agreed without any hesitation. After a while, deep blue bishops Randall Valentine and Horimic Haydn, who had received feedback, each carried a sealed artifact. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they arrived at the spot where Conas Kilgore had previously entered the Blood Emperor ruins. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms engraved with complicated symbols and held it in her hand in an attempt to activate it. She didn't disguise herself at all. She just stood there calmly, as though she wasn't worried that the guards in the ruins would recognize her. Seeing the actions of this secret servant, Horimic seemed to be thinking about something. Randall wore a calm expression, as though he didn't think there was anything wrong. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue light suddenly soared up, forming a door. 4 black-armored guards immediately looked through the ghostly blue light to observe the situation outside. They were prepared to use a certain method to confirm if the person who had awakened the teleportation door was someone else in disguise, so as to decide if they should open the door. However, they didn't see anything. There was no one in the corresponding area. Just as they were feeling a strong sense of unease and puzzlement, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, Ariana, whose robes had traces of being mended. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards fell asleep. Anthony, Randall, and Horimic entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly head down the path. Instead, they passed through the hall and floated in midair, overlooking everything. This was the world that was ruled by darkness. Some of the light came from the strange moss that grew in different places, as well as the flames that were reflected from the human buildings. With their illumination, even beyonders who didn't have night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the massive ruins. On one side was a gray rock wall. It extended upwards with no end in sight, as though it was connected to the ground. On the other side was a bottomless dark valley, like the abyssal residence of a devil. A stone-paved path ran through the two, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the three churches were just about to capture a few people who could enter the underground ruins and interrogate them about the situation inside when they suddenly saw a figure fly out of the dark valley, heading straight for them and the other demigods. The figure had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By his mouth there were two slightly curled whiskers. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were rather large. He looked somewhat similar to the characters on poker card. He wore a formal attire and a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of sync with the current era. It was as though he had lived 100 years ago. Anthony, Horace, and the other archbishops weren't unfamiliar with him. They knew that he was Prince Grove Augustus of Sonia, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter this place?" Grove asked first, his expression somewhat alarmed. After exchanging looks, Anthony took the initiative to say, "We've been investigating a few cases of mysterious disappearances. We locked onto MI9's Kona's Kilgore, and through him, we found this place." Grove's expression changed a few times. He looked at the woman who made one feel calm and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter?" He deliberated and asked, "Ma, am Ariana?" "Yes, I'm in charge of those disappearances," Ariana replied succinctly. Prince Grove revealed a bitter smile. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only wanted to excavate it ourselves and harvest the items inside. In order to keep it a secret, we even established a certain connection with the demonist sect. We used them to gather people to build a passageway and hold a certain ritual. No, it's not what you think. It's just a normal ritual. They're still alive, deep in the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to investigate now. Apart from the seal and buildings that have yet to be completely opened, there's nothing there." Upon hearing his answer, Anthony, Horace, and Randall exchanged looks and saw the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from the reaction they had expected and imagined. This made them suspect that they had made a mistake. The matter was far from as serious as they had imagined. At this moment, Ariana spoke up. "You even created the Great Smog." "No." Prince Grove shook his head again. "That's a lesson from working with the demonesses. They actually wanted to control Edisac and use him to wield power over the kingdom. After we saw through it, we created the Great Smog. Ever since then, we've severed all ties with them." Having said that, he pointed down and said frankly, "That's the lesson of working with the demonesses. How could we do something like excavating the ruins of the Blood Emperor just to keep it a secret? As long as you go down deep and carefully inspect it, you'll understand what I mean. Haha, don't worry. With Ma and Mariana around, no trap can trap you. Besides, ignoring the question of whether we have the ability to do so, even if we can secretly bury you deep in the ruins, the Church will discover the problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before you set off. Wait a little longer. If you don't return, they will definitely have the right response." Randall, Anthony, and the other demigods thought for a moment before casting their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. Ariana nodded calmly. "All right." Under Prince Grove's lead, an angel and 3 saints entered the depths of the underground ruins. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness that no one had set foot in. There were men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was peaceful and orderly. Ariana, Horace, and the other demigods checked different areas according to their own thoughts. They even left the area and went further away to investigate, but they didn't discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein made Kona's Kilgore a servant in the manor, making the deputy director of MI9 vanish. Then, he wasn't in a hurry to hold a sacrificial ritual. He sent the items he had obtained above the gray fog for research and patiently waited until dawn. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1057. A smear of orange lit up the horizon as one manor after another on the north bank of the Tussock River awoke amidst the morning mist. The tall and fat from his cage came to the guest bedroom where Konas Kilgore had slept last night and knocked on the door, planning on having breakfast with the deputy director of MI9. However, there was no response from inside. The Major General has already gone to the dining hall? From his cage turned around in puzzlement and left the floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Konas Kilgore had vanished. Under Don Dantes' lead, they came to the guest bedroom and watched the manor steward, Richardson, open the door with a key. There was no one inside. Does Major General Kilgore have the hobby of taking a morning stroll? Mocked pinched his cheekbones and asked in puzzlement. From his cage shook his head without any hesitation. No. Did you hear anything last night? The Chancellor of Bakeland University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Mock thought for a moment. No, it's very quiet here. It's very suitable for a vacation. Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of a possible situation. At this moment, from his cage raised his guess. Major General Kilgore is an important figure in the military. There are often unexpected matters that require his attention. Perhaps he left the manor a long time ago and returned to Bakeland. This steam-powered car tycoon was clearly trying his best to make the matter seem less serious. He seems to know something. At the very least, he can guess that Konas Kilgore has his own motives for coming to Mager Manor. As Klein listened to their conversation, he wore a heavy expression as he said to Walter and Richardson, "Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. If not, send someone back to Bakeland and visit Major General Kilgore's family. Inform them of this matter, and let them decide if they need to immediately report it to the police." After giving the instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to Mocht and the other guests, "It's impossible to figure out the matter immediately. Perhaps Major General Kilgore really left due to an urgent matter. We can't delay everyone's vacation because of this. Let's do it this way. We'll continue with the hunting arrangements and return when the police arrive." As Major General Kilgore's companion, from his cage, had given the reason of an urgent matter, and it was very convincing, Mocht and company agreed with Don Dantes' suggestion and left. Hazel was the last to walk as she looked at the guest bedroom and the room beside it. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss and subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation there. However, an intense fear arose deep in her. She didn't know what she was of the thought. She vaguely felt that she had some experience in similar matters, and those experiences told her not to look at things that she shouldn't see, and not to listen to voices that she shouldn't hear. After all the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Konas's guest room, a thick carpet that carried a coffee table suddenly moved. After the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Konas's guest bedroom, a thick carpet with a coffee table suddenly moved. Bit by bit, it pulled its body out from under the sofa and coffee table without causing too much of a stir. It was flesh and blood that had congealed. As the flesh and blood squirmed and reassembled, the carpet quickly transformed back into a person, a young man with a mixed blood appearance. He was Don Dantes' valet Enuni. And now, the one following Don Dantes was Konas Kilgore. They had the same face and the same figure. To Klein, there was actually no need for Enuni to disguise himself in such a manner. He could hide among the servants and use illusions to interfere with their senses, preventing them from noticing that there was an additional person. It was a much simpler and more reliable method, but acting was still very important to a demigod. It was to speed up the digestion of the potion and resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Therefore, Klein would deliberately seek to be strange when handling the details. Of course, he didn't wish to harm the innocent. Even if he had to create a strange and terrifying atmosphere, he tried his best not to let others notice it. He didn't want them to be overly horrified and traumatized. That strange and terrifying atmosphere was mainly used to make himself and the potion in his body acknowledge him. This would undoubtedly speed up his digestion, but without the feedback of the audience, it meant that the acting wasn't complete. The speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was digested definitely wouldn't be as fast as expected. Even though he had done so many things and performed so many acting, Klein didn't feel that it was possible for him to reach Sequence 3 this year. East Bakeland, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Zio sat on a chair that wasn't stable enough, looking out the window in a daze. She wore a rare gloomy expression. Furs drank a mouthful of water and walked to sit opposite Zio, blocking her line of sight. You seem to have lost your motivation? Is it because of that answer that you don't know what to do next? Is it because the king is out of your reach? Zio's eyes flickered as she slowly came to life. Be it restoring my father's reputation or seeking revenge, the hope is so slim when facing a king. I can't think of any way to complete such matters. That's because you're still too weak. When you reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll realize that there are plenty of solutions, just that it's more dangerous. In addition, you can still make use of others. Just like that monitor of Shermane's. She also wants to know who Viscount Stratford is loyal to. She's definitely very interested in the king's secret. Shermane. Zio repeated the name as her mental state suddenly recovered. On the table beside them, there was a bronze-green cross and a ghostly blue gem that resembled a vertical eye. The surface of the gem had thread-like patterns. It was the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out after Shermane's death. It softened the surroundings and added a sense of beauty. However, due to the existence of the bronze-green cross, its light could only be shrunk to a very small area. That monitor is one of the murderers who caused Shermane's death, Zio said rather seriously. They had already found a place to bury Shermane, and Furs had flipped through Lamino's travels to bury her soul. Furs immediately nodded. Yes, that's why she was driven to investigate the king's secret and touch upon the potential risks. Didn't you say that she might be monitoring our previous residence? Then, we'll find a chance to disguise ourselves and return there. We'll throw a piece of paper into the mailbox and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III and that George III is hiding a huge secret. This way, I believe that person will be able to see it. Zio thought carefully and nodded solemnly. All right. After discussing what to do next, Furs stood up and pointed at the bronze-green cross. We've received Mr. Fool's help many times. It's time to show our sincerity. I plan on sacrificing it to Mr. Fool now. Do you have any objections? No, Zio answered without hesitation. Mager Manor. It was another evening. As Konas Kilgore's family had informed them to wait a little longer, saying that the deputy director of MI9 often did such things and that it involved secrets related to national security, Mocked and company didn't panic. On the lawn behind the manor, they used the animals they hunted to hold a barbecue dinner that was different from the usual. He watched as the gentlemen rolled up their sleeves and personally busied themselves by the grill. He watched as the ladies went over to help from time to time. He watched as the children ran around, eager to give it a try. Klein held a cup of sweet white wine produced by Mager Manor, and sat on a white wooden chair with an obvious smile on his lips. Beside him, his mixed-blood valet, Enuni, stood straight and awaited instructions. And in a particular room in the manor's main building, a pair of eyes was silently watching the area below. It belonged to a person who looked identical to Enuni. As the evening breeze blew, Klein was just about to get up and head to the grill to perform what it meant to roast Desi-style meat when he suddenly saw a figure quickly outline in front of him. It was Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. This secret servant looked at Don Dantes and said, "There's nothing special in that underground ruin. There's nothing special in that underground relic." He then described the situation that he and the 3 archbishops had seen there, as well as Prince Grove Augustus' speech, and highlighted the key points. This was because Saintess of White Caterina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Viscount Stratford had the help of Saintess of White Caterina. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Saintess of White Caterina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. With such a deep collaboration, wouldn't the Demonist sect and psychological alchemy request for a split of the spoils? In that case, why didn't they directly seek out the 3 churches? Klein's intuition told him that the problem with the ruin hadn't really been discovered. He suspected that the news had been leaked midway, allowing the king to make preparations. With Ma and Ariana around, the possibility of them using divination or prophecy to discover something amiss can be eliminated. From the moment I removed Kona's Kilgore to the joint operation of the 3 churches, there aren't more than 10 people who know of this matter. Furthermore, all of them are members of the upper echelons of their respective churches. How could there be a leak? Something happened to Viscount Stratford, causing the people in the underground ruin to activate the emergency plan? No, his status isn't at that level. Even Kona's Kilgore doesn't know the exact situation, much less him. He's only in charge of liaising with the Demonist sect and dealing with peripheral matters. He might not even know of the underground ruin. Klein's thoughts raced as he searched for a reason. He first eliminated the possibility that the matter with Viscount Stratford had caused them to make preparations. After all, the death of the captain of the Royal Guards wasn't that important. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the entire matter. Firstly, someone who knew of the secret had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the situation for a particular reason. Secondly, someone had discovered something amiss with Kona's Kilgore's seemingly normal state, but Klein didn't notice anything at all. They're also cooperating with psychological alchemy. Could it be that one of my thoughts was read and the secret was exposed? But I have the Grey Fog's augmentation. No matter what, there should be some abnormality, just like when I faced the spectator demigod with Anderson. Psychological alchemy originates from Hermes's legacy. Hermes is. As he thought about it, Klein's pupils suddenly dilated. He instinctively stopped himself from delving deeper into the matter, but after looking at Ariana, he relaxed. He asked, "Is this place very secretive?" "Very secretive," Ariana replied calmly. "There were people coming and going behind her, but no one discovered her." Klein exhaled, and the thoughts in his mind finally took shape. Roselle the Great mentioned in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be that some of the upper echelons of the 3 churches are members of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could the ruin that Ariana and the other archbishops saw not be the real ruin, but a ruin that Adam imagined? P.S. The Citibank's custom-made credit card from some event was released. As for the exact event, I've already forgotten. Students who are interested can take a look. The following is the advertisement. Instant VIP card, complimentary 8,888 coins, complimentary 180-day unlimited card membership, complimentary 300 yuan unlimited gift bag, complimentary exclusive badge. The first 500 copies of each work card can be applied for free. Application method: Chidian Reading App, Personal Account Page, Starting Star Exclusive Card. Pull down to find the corresponding work card and click to apply. Chapter 1058. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the concealment angel opposite him and deliberated. Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw were actually imaginary? He didn't directly mention Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, worried that directly discussing such matters in Ariana's concealment domain would be heard by Adam, who had grasped the spectator pathway's uniqueness and had obtained 0-08. In Ariana's world of concealment, Klein believed that it wasn't a problem to think about Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, but it wasn't necessarily the case once he said it out loud. After all, Mr. Dorr had been able to discuss Adam with Roselle the Great without any scruples. Apart from the secret sorcerer's beyonder powers of secret guarding, he was also a king of angels. His level wasn't lower than Adam Anamon's, and he might even be higher. Fantasy. Ariana repeated the keyword in Klein's words in a low voice, as if she had already guessed it. At his level and rank, he wasn't too unfamiliar with ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. Moreover, he was also an angel who acted on behalf of the authority of concealment and had the highest reading authority on all the information held by the Church. A few seconds later, Ariana stared at the seated Don Dantes. Psychological alchemy? From Kona's Kilgore's confession, it was obvious that the King's faction was cooperating with the psychological alchemy, and this was an organization that controlled the spectator pathway. Klein first nodded before adding, "That's right. Their higher-ups probably don't have the ability to dream. In this world, there are only 1 or 2 people who hold such authority." Ariana nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Now that the underground relic is open to us, I'll find a way to verify it. If it's true, it means that 1 or several archbishops of the Church of Storm or Steam are his people." He didn't mention the possibility that there was a problem with the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. This was because the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. In this aspect, it was very difficult for anyone to hide from her. Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, "The underground relic is open to the 3 churches?" "Yes, if it really imagined it, then it means that their cooperation is close to success. They just need to delay it for a while." Ariana gave a simple explanation of her speculation. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. The tides of the times are about to surge in an attempt to drown everything. Thankfully, I'm more prepared than before. I have an additional marionette at the demigod level. In a sense, he's stronger than me. After all, he can use my beyonder powers, while I can't use his. Since it's difficult to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion in a short period of time and seek an advancement, having a powerful marionette is also one of the effective measures to protect myself. The Sanguine and Miss Sharon's plans for Rose School can be paid attention to." Klein's thoughts ran wild. He composed himself and asked casually, "The 3 churches don't believe Prince Grove's words?" "I don't believe it." Ariana shook her head frankly. "Kona's Kilgore mentioned Katerina. But you don't have any evidence. After all, the other party can explain that after they severed ties with the Demonist sect, Katerina was sent to reason with them in an attempt to mend their relationship, but she was cruelly rejected. During this process, as they knew each other's secrets, they didn't take action the moment they met. Kona's Kilgore, a demigod who doesn't know the inside story, mistakenly believed that they were still cooperating, and against an angel family that controlled at least half of the military, the 3 churches couldn't just fall out with them without any evidence. Firstly, they weren't united. Secondly, they had to consider the possibility of countries like Fasak, Intis, and Phaenopoter, as well as the churches of the eternal blazing sun, the god of combat, Earth Mother, and the god of knowledge and wisdom taking advantage of the situation. Klein quickly made a judgment of the situation. He simply mentioned, "That's right. There are traces of Saintess of White Katerina on Viscount Stratford's side. I'll try to find her." Apart from that, Klein also wanted to find the dangerous Trissy and eliminate her. He wanted to make up for the mistake of letting her go in order to make use of the Demoness. Her value was obviously not as great as her danger. I'll try as well. Ariana indicated that she would also investigate Katerina. I have to say that Madame Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is very comfortable. She doesn't give off the feeling of being condescending like an angel or an archbishop priestess. She completely treats me as an equal. Hearing Ariana's words, Klein felt inexplicably emotional. He asked, "Did you catch Vin Rambus of the psychological alchemy?" This was one of the key points in Kona's Kilgore's testimony. It was one of the clues that exposed the plot of the king's faction. "He's missing," Ariana answered succinctly. "Indeed. The possibility of the news being leaked midway has increased. Vin Rambus has gone underground, but it doesn't mean that he won't contact Miss Justice and his direct subordinates. When the time comes, Miss Justice has hated him for a long time. The only problem is that Adam is currently in Bakeland and has imagined a fake ruin. If that's the case, attacking Vin Rambus means that there's a high chance of being watched by this King of Angels. It's even possible that he is sitting beside Vin Rambus without anyone knowing." The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt his teeth ache. It had to be said that in this era where it was rare for a true deity to descend into the real world, the two brothers, Adam and Aman, were the upper limits of their status, level, and strength. They were synonymous with terror, power, and irresistibility. A king of angels was the existence closest to the divine throne. Compared to Aman, I'm more afraid of Adam. Who knows when he will be sitting next to you, listening to you speak, looking at you with a smile, reading your truest thoughts, and letting you die a natural and reasonable death. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but look around, afraid that the simple-looking priest with innocent eyes and a beard was standing near the grill with a plate in his hand, waiting for food while smiling at him. Without a doubt, Klein did not discover anything. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He's not here. Fortunately, I have the protection of the secret angel." Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded slightly. "I'll keep an eye out for Vin Rambus." Ariana nodded. "When this is over, you can try to pray to the goddess. In other words, the goddess is very satisfied with my performance this time. When the time comes, she will bestow me the scholar of your potion formula." Klein roughly understood what Ariana was getting at. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure vanished inch by inch, as though she had been wiped away into thin air. And the guests at the bonfire banquet did not notice the ascetic's arrival and departure. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation from another angle. Kona's Kilgore disappeared without any warning, and the evidence and words Mariana presented indicate that the deputy director of MI9 has fallen into his hands. In other words, the attack on Kona's Kilgore is definitely related to the Church of Evernight. Kona's Kilgore disappeared in Mager Manor. Mager Manor belongs to Don Dantes, and Don Dantes is a believer of the Evernight goddess. From the king's faction and from what I know from psychological alchemy, there's a high chance that Don Dantes is a secret informant of the Church of Evernight. This way, my safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being watched and monitored. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant in the future. I can't keep Kona's Kilgore or Inuni hiding. This will make it easier for problems to be discovered. Or, I can make one of the marionettes change into human skin clothes and fuse with the other marionette. As he thought about it, Klein stood up and placed the sweet white wine in his hand on the small table beside him. He turned around and walked back to the manor's main house and entered one of the washrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He beckoned for the sea god's scepter and used the prayer light he had marked for Inuni to observe every corner of Mager Manor. During this process, Klein's mind was a little tense. He was rather worried that he would see a simple-dressed, bearded, golden-eyed priest. Of course, compared to seeing such a priest, He was more afraid that the priest would raise his head and smile in response to his gaze before raising the wine-glass in his hand. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing abnormal about Mager Manor. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He cast his gaze at the bronze cross placed on the long mottled table. This was an item that the two tarot members, the magicians and judgment, had just sacrificed. They said that they were thanking Mr. Fool for his various blessings, hoping to please this existence. It looks like it's of quite a high level. Klein picked up the spiked cross and used divination to quickly grasp the beyonder powers and negative effects of this mystical item. The two were actually one. This bronze cross could purify the powers of degeneration, filth, corrosion, darkness, evil, disease, and other domains, making them quickly dissipate until nothing remained. Based on this principle, this mystical item could also remove the mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic. It was also because of this powerful and pure purification that the bronze cross repelled other mystical items and beyonder characteristics from coming into contact with them. It couldn't coexist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's beyonder characteristic, but it was relatively less obvious. Over time, it would cause the beyonder characteristic to seep out bit by bit. In other words, if one wore or held the bronze cross for more than an hour, the beyonder sequence would drop by at least one level. If it exceeded 3 hours, a non-demigod would definitely regress to an ordinary person. If it exceeded 6 hours, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints would also lose their beyonder powers. It was almost useless against angels because angels could shatter beyonder characteristics and had extremely powerful control over their source of power. It can be used to retrieve characteristics from beyonders who failed to advance but didn't die or lose control. The powers of this cross are very similar to the unshadowed of the sun pathway. Klein nodded in thought.